Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon intensify despite a ceasefire, killing at least 31 people. The UN Secretary-General says he's deeply concerned over Russia's plans to strike Ukrainian defense sites and decision-making centers in Kiev. And Trump's pick, Paxton, marks a historic win in the Texas primary. Fresh Israeli strikes across southern and eastern Lebanon have left dozens killed, according to Lebanese authorities. Hezbollah says its fighters have clashed with Israeli forces. This comes after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to step up military action against the Iran-backed group. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Eric Mandel, Director of Middle East Political and Information Network. Dr. Mandel, thank you so much for your time with me today. What is Israel's justification for expanding its ground military operation inside of Lebanon?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. So why is Israel increasing its strikes in Lebanon now? So at a superficial level, you could say that it's because Hezbollah, since the April 17th ceasefire, has fired more than 900 missiles and over 1,300 drones. Since during that time, many in civilian areas. But I think what's even more important is how this ties in with the Iran deal and really brilliant Persian negotiating. And what I mean by that is that the Iranians have gotten the Lebanese ceasefire on the table, that they will not continue discussions regarding the Straits of Hormuz or nuclear or anything unless there's a ceasefire. Now, the ceasefire between Israel and between Lebanon, which is really not between Israel and Lebanon, it's between Israel and Hezbollah, because Lebanon, unfortunately, is a failed state, and Lebanon, the strongest force there is the Lebanese, is Hezbollah. It's not the Lebanese armed forces. But Israel knows it has on a clock right now. And that clock means that if there is a deal, a nuclear deal, a Hormuz deal, or whatever it is between America and Iran, Israel will not have a choice, but will have to stop operations in Lebanon. Now, you'll say it looks like there's much kinetic action going on there. Actually, Israel's hands have been relatively tied since the ceasefire, and it's minimizing its offensive actions. Having said that, just in the last day or so, I see Israel taking more actions across what is called the yellow line, a buffer zone, if you will. And because they're doing that, it tells me that they are fearful that they're going to be told to stop permanently before they feel that Hezbollah has been degraded enough. And the Lebanese armed forces and the Lebanese government, in reality, want Israel to continue longer, because the weaker Hezbollah is, the more chance they have of taking over their country.
And that just leads me perfectly into my next question, which I think you've pretty much answered. But if we could expand it, could Israel's latest wave of airstrikes in Lebanon be aimed at securing greater territorial control ahead of this potential ceasefire between the US and Iran? Because as you rightly said, all of it just meshes together in one due to the negotiations from Tehran and what they've put down, and as Iran continues to fund Hezbollah.
So if I was telling the Israeli government what to do, I would have told them, hey, you're going to eventually have to have a ceasefire. America, basically, President Trump is acting, if you will, as the Israeli prime minister, and Israel doesn't have full independent action. I would tell them, hey, go and take bigger territories in southern Lebanon, because you're going to have to concede things down the road. So the question really becomes, what to Israel is a legitimate buffer zone? What would be a legitimate buffer zone to Israel? Well, it's protecting the 60 to 100,000 residents of northern Israel, the civilians, who have been in harm's way for the last 2.5 years since Hezbollah joined the attack after October 7th. And so that is a strategic, tactical decision for the Israeli military. So going farther now may simply be so Israel has something to give up going down the road, because America is still focused on negotiations between Israel and the Lebanese government, but the Lebanese government is not in charge of Hezbollah. What would really be needed at this point is twofold. One would be for there to be true vetting of the Lebanese armed forces and slowly take over parts of southern Lebanon. And the reason is because Hezbollah is infiltrated both in military and in intelligence within the Lebanese armed forces. And the second would be not just to have meetings between Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors, which is a nice symbolic gesture, but actually for the president of Lebanon and the prime minister of Israel to meet, facilitated by my president, President Trump. And that symbolism would give Israelis much greater confidence. And it also tell the Lebanese that maybe there is some light at the end of the tunnel.
Did civilians return to southern Lebanon after the ceasefire with Israel came into effect? And could that explain the heavy casualties that were reported yesterday on Tuesday? Because according to the Lebanese Health Ministry, 31 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes yesterday and 40 others were injured. And you were just talking to me about Israel taking more territory ahead of a ceasefire or a negotiated agreement between Iran and the US. But what will this mean for civilians on the ground in Lebanon?
So the situation, and I've been there many times on all fronts, over the last decades, but especially over the last 2.5 years. In southern Lebanon, there's a differentiation. The areas that were Shia villages, where the Shia population, the vast majority, certainly in southern Lebanon, and maybe half of the population of Lebanon in total, was embedded. The Hezbollah was embedded with the civilians, whether they wanted to or not, which is one of the big problems that in private homes, which the Lebanese Armed Forces doesn't go into, there are missiles and rockets and weapons and tunnels and all of those type of things. So it's been specifically the Shia villages that have been targeted. Israel had given evacuation orders, and you've had hundreds of thousands of people that have unfortunately had to move from their homes in those areas. But the Christian villages in southern Lebanon basically are overflowing at over 100+% because you have some Shia refugees going to Christian villages, but those Christians are fearful because they know that there'll be some Hezbollah coming in with them. I think one of the important things for us to understand is regarding all of what goes on is, according to the law of armed conflict, which is basically the Geneva Convention and the additional protocols 51.5b, it's legal to hit a legitimate military target, even when civilians are present, especially when terrorists operate from civilian neighborhoods. But it gets into proportionality, which requires weighing the military advantage against civilian harm. So when Hezbollah, similar to what Hamas does, uses, if you will, human shields, there are going to be civilians killed, and these are always incredibly difficult judgments. And again, I've covered just about every war since 2000 in Israel, and I've watched in real time how they manage this, and it's not willy-nilly. It's very difficult decisions. But Israel is a democracy playing in a very dangerous Middle East that has very different rules.
And I just want to talk to you a little bit more about what's happening between the US and Iran right now. It's very difficult to get a grip of the fast-moving news that we've been seeing throughout the day. Iranian media says a draft deal would restore shipping in the Strait of Hormuz within a month, while the US would withdraw forces and lift its blockade. The White House has blasted these reports, calling them a complete fabrication. So we're seeing this conflicting point of view right now, like we have seen throughout the weeks of this war between Iran and the US. President Donald Trump, as I'm sure you know, is holding a cabinet meeting as I'm speaking to you. I want to bring you some of what he said. He says Iran is intent on a deal, not there on Iran deal yet. We are not as satisfied with it. President Trump has also been speaking to PBS. He says that Iran would not get sanctions relief in exchange for giving up highly enriched uranium. We can see Marco Rubio speaking there as I'm talking to you right now, and he said we'll see over the next few hours and days regarding Iran. He also thinks there has been progress towards an agreement with Iran. Where do things stand right now, do you think, Doctor?
I think we have to take everything with a grain of salt. We've heard a lot of things. The president has said many times that the Iranians are begging for a deal and deals have been close and things have fallen apart. But I think you have to tip your hat to brilliant Iranian Persian negotiators. They've really changed the negotiations from what was supposed to be primarily about the nuclear program to just enriched uranium. And during these negotiations, they're mining the Straits of Hormuz, which gives you an indication that they're always going to want to exert some influence there. I think America, and this is under multiple administrations, we failed in negotiations, and our Achilles heel as we kind of project our values and our way we would handle things. And as an adversary on the other side, we have not ever done well with when the Shia adversary on the other side thinks differently and his logic is differently. You know, we believe negotiations are better during ceasefires. That doesn't work in the Middle East. We believe it's better to avoid escalations. It's a sign of weakness in the Middle East. We have an impulse to offer concessions, which and we expect reciprocity. That doesn't work. And they are winning because they are on a Persian time clock, not a Western time clock. And the longer this goes on, they know more pressure on the president as it gets closer to July 4th, the 250th American anniversary, and as we get close to the midterm elections. And it's I was in Congress last week in the State Department, and what troubles me a lot is I see that sometimes political victories are more important than what should be a bipartisan issue, American national security interest, which is what I speak about, advancing those interests that are there. And when politics gets in the way as much as it has, that is not a good thing for America. And these negotiations at the end, we think about other things that are not even being discussed. I said that the nuclear weapons is not being discussed, weaponization, plutonium. We're only talking about enrichment, but what about the ballistic missiles, which is why Israel was going to be allowed to strike in February or sometime this year? What about the proxy network? So there's so many things that the Iranians have changed the table and rearranged what is being discussed. And so hopefully for my nation's interest, the president can remain steadfast here. I do believe the best thing that could be is the president to make a major address to America, asking for more time, why this is an American national security interest, what is success, what is failure, and a longer war of attrition that makes the Iranian economy weaker, that threatens survival of the regime, is the most likely thing to allow a better deal to occur, not just for America, but for our Gulf partners, for Israel, and really the message that will eventually reverberate to China, which is really America's primary adversary, and that talks about Taiwan.
Dr. Eric Mandel, really good to have you on. Interesting when you say Iran is winning due to time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
We can now go to Rahida Durgam, advisor to Al Arabiya on American and international affairs. As always, it's so good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining me. Rahida, let's start when it comes to what's happening, because we're seeing ongoing attacks in Gaza and also in Lebanon, and Israel expanding its operations inside Lebanese territory. How unstable and volatile is the situation on the ground right now?
It's quite volatile and dangerous, not only because of the aggressiveness of Israel, but also because of the intent of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, together with Hezbollah, to torpedo the government in Lebanon and the sovereignty of Lebanon. So you have two radical doctrines, one of Iran and the other one, Israel's doctrine. They are both competing and fighting each other at the expense of Lebanon. And we are a victim not only of that dilemma, but also of the type of negotiations that President Donald Trump is conducting with the Islamic Republic of Iran. He is conducting negotiations at our expense, in effect. That is why you see the Israelis escalating in one part, not because they wouldn't have anyway, but now they have a further explanation as to why they need to escalate. That is due to the fact, 2 points actually. One is that in the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that is supposed to be being drafted now, there is no mention at all of the necessity for Iran to stop its proxies policies. And therefore, it is giving Iran what Barack Obama has given them before. That means go ahead with your regional behavior as is, whereas it was supposed to be otherwise when the war first started. The second point is that Iran is now insisting on tying the future of Lebanon to the future of the negotiations. That's why they say we want to end hostilities on all fronts. Fine, that would have been beautiful if that would mean pulling out of Lebanon, if Iran would say Hezbollah will bow to the sovereignty of Lebanon and the government of Lebanon. That would have been great, and that Iranian will get out of controlling Hezbollah in Lebanon. But that's not the case. The case is to say that we will fight Israel through the Lebanese front. And that's why we pay a price. And sorry, one last thing, if you allow me. That doesn't explain any of the or forgive any of these atrocities by Israel, which are about bulldozing all towns as they are, and also targeting historic places like Tyre. This is not acceptable no matter what. But, of course, the government is useless and unable to rein in Hezbollah only because the Iranians run Hezbollah, and the President of the United States has not put that on the table squarely with the Iranians.
And we talk about this MOU that you just mentioned, this Memorandum of Understanding. And today, Iran actually came out and said that they had a draft of this MOU and they released it. The White House has blasted it as a complete fabrication. As you said, the proxies and Lebanon are not included. How much of a failure is this for Lebanon and for the stability of the Middle East region as we move through these negotiations? What is the future for Lebanon? Because that seems really unclear as I'm speaking to you.
Well, the White House better blast that report that the Iranians put out, because if it's true, that means not only that the United States of America has been defeated by the Revolutionary Guards ruling in Tehran, but also it means that Donald Trump and his cabinet had caused immense harm for the future of the United States, and at the level of the level not only with Iran but also the place of the United States in the world. And the Chinese are winning this, by the way. Consequently, the whole idea of this war has been thrown out of the window. But more so, there is no serious. I mean, let me just say this. Lebanon is paying the price because President Donald Trump has got this fickle personality. He has got this narcissist personality that he thinks that it's fine to make deals and leave the world hanging on his mercurial moods. That would be bad enough. But there is also an indication, which is much more dangerous, that there is an organic deficit in the intelligence and military community in the United States, because if they did not understand and did not calculate or did not collect enough information about what is Iran, what is the doctrine of Iran, where does the mentality of Iran take us when it's a war like this? For example, with an intent of revenge of the neighboring states, the Arab neighboring states, Gulf ones. So that if that was not taken into account, then it's a huge problem. What did you do, Mr. Donald Trump? Because people here trusted that you meant to just help the Iranian people in their struggle. People trusted that you would stop the Iranians from meddling in the affairs of other states, and that radicalism of exporting the revolution, even what you call terrorism. Here you sit down and you negotiate, and guess what? The Iranians are winning. Yes, that's true. You know why? Because right now they're saying we will not give up our control of the Hormuz Strait. That's a new element. They're saying that they will not allow any discussion of their control of other countries through their proxies. That's the story of why Barack Obama was blamed. And they are demanding money, loads of money. So Donald Trump is talking about giving them all this money back so that they can strengthen their grip on the internal situation in Iran. So it's a very, very, very upsetting situation unless all those talks about them unless they are really not real. And let's just figure this out with the situation in the United States as is.
Rahida, Donald Trump's not here to defend himself, but I'm sure that he'll say that he's not a narcissist and he's doing this for the greater good of America. But one thing has been clear all the way through this. The American strategy from the very beginning has been unclear. But I want to concentrate a little bit on what's happening right now. So we know Donald Trump is holding this cabinet meeting as I speak to you, and he's had a few lines come out. He says Iran would not get sanctions relief in exchange for giving up highly enriched uranium. He's told the cabinet Iran is intent on a deal, not there on Iran deal. We are not satisfied with it. And
yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
No, I mean, listen, if all this MOU talk is not true, that would be welcome news, because this MOU substance is very dangerous if it's true. So that, okay, so how is it all of a sudden that the United States went into war with Iran just over the enriched uranium? I mean, your former guest was right. It's not even about the nuclear program anymore. Why are we now talking about, making a deal with Iran over opening the Hormuz Strait? Well, that was not the problem before Iran got control of the strait. And why are we, right now, the president and his cabinet are very nervous about the allies in the Arab Gulf states, because Iran made clear that the revenge and the real revenge that it has in mind, the Iranian officials announced it, that they intend to destroy the civilian infrastructure in these neighboring states. Why wasn't that thought of properly by the President of the United States and his cabinet? What I'm trying to say is that I was a big supporter of the clarity of the objectives of this war, but in fact, it turned out to be Humpty Dumpty. It's every moment they make further concessions, and the trouble is that this is the region that pays the price. And I really am disappointed with the deal-making process being adopted by both envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, because they seem to be, somehow money is follow the money. And, we're talking about lives here. I mean, we're talking about, the legacy of betrayal of the United States repeats itself again here with the people of Iran. That is very clear. I don't know what they're going to do next when they are emboldened, when the Revolution Guards they are emboldened, and then when they take the whip and teach anyone who dare defy them.
Rahida, I just want to clarify, White House, as you said Iran report on draft deal is complete fabrication. And since we've been speaking to each other, we've also heard from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, very optimistic that a peace deal with Iran could be finalized soon. And I know what you're going to say, and I think a lot of...
I'm sorry, but for Pakistan, just very simply, of course they mean well. But the ever-growing optimism and this whole deal-making is causing more harm, because it's misleading and it's giving the Iranians time to recollect themselves, and for the United States to be in need for just simply for a face-saving device for the President of the United States. That is not good result.
Rahida, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
The The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has said he's deeply concerned following Russia's announcement that it plans to strike Ukrainian defense sites and decision-making centers in Kiev. It comes just a day after one of the heaviest bombardments of the city since the Russia-Ukraine war began. For more on this, I'm now joined by Ukrainian MP Ellie Cohanim. Thank you so much for joining me, Elena. Great to have you on the show. So we heard from Antonio Guterres a little bit earlier, stressing the need to prevent further escalation of the conflict and also, of course, reduce the civilian suffering in Ukraine. Is Russia likely to change its military decisions based on this warning from the UN at all?
I think that Russia has been demonstrating since 2014, since the start of the aggression, that it is not listening to anyone. It is not listening to international institutions, neither states, nor Ukraine, nor the US. So I don't think that it makes much difference when we deeply concerned about the mass combined attacks in Kiev, where people are being killed, when civilian infrastructure is being destroyed. So Russia doesn't express any will towards peace or towards negotiations.
President Zelensky has also written a letter to Trump in the US Congress warning of a critical shortage of air defense interceptors. Do you think the escalating conflict that we're seeing in the Middle East is affecting the level of military support Ukraine is actually able to receive from its allies at this time?
I would not link those two conflicts, but yes, really, that we need Kiev, Ukraine needs more air defense systems. We are also interested in partners stepping up their production of weapons, and also sanctions regime against Russia should be maintained. All these will make Russia to consider peace negotiations at one point. So Kiev and Ukraine and Ukrainian people, civilians, need this protection, need this support from our allies, from our partners. We need military support. We need sanction support. We need financial support.
And Russian President Vladimir Putin has been visiting China for high-level talks. He's also been holding talks with Iran. How does Ukraine feel about Russia's profile appearing to be restored on the international stage? Because there's even been talk that Russia could be involved in trying to mediate an agreement with Iran.
I cannot comment on China on Russia's plan or plans to mediate the conflict in Iran. But what we can observe and what we know, that China is an ally and the state that Russia can rely on. And they produce and provide and support Russia with defense technologies. They produce the components. So China is a supporter of Russia in terms of the offensive capabilities against Ukraine.
Elena Komenko, as always, good to have you on the show. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Rescuers have reached 5 of the 7 villagers who have been trapped inside a flooded cave in Laos for more than a week. The survivors appear to be healthy and in good spirits, but divers warn the extraction ahead will not be easy. Emily Sue has this report.
Video shared online by rescue divers shows the dramatic moment when they found 5 of the 7 trapped villagers alive. The men crouched together on a rocky ledge in a dark cave chamber surrounded by muddy water.
At 4:30 p.m. we found our targets. We found 5 and we're still looking for 2 more individuals. We found them. We will update again.
Mikko Pasi, the Finnish diver who is part of the rescue operation, wrote on social media that the survivors are all healthy and in good spirits. Outside the cave, rescuers cheered and jumped up and down in joy when they learned the group had been located. But with the survivors still stuck in the cavern, Pasi warned the extraction ahead is not going to be easy. The task for him and another diver is to dive straight back to bring the villagers supplies so they can regain their strength and get ready for the way out. For days, rescuers have been battling to reach a terminal chamber about 300 meters from the cave entrance. The divers had to crawl and climb through tunnels that were barely wide enough for a single person to go through. Passageways were almost completely filled with muddy water, leaving divers with limited to no visibility. Local media reports say the cave is often visited by villagers looking for rare metals, and regional authorities have warned people not to enter it due to safety risks. A group of villagers reportedly entered the cave last week to search for gold deposits, but became trapped after heavy rain triggered floods that blocked the exit. One of them escaped in time and alerted the authorities about the incident. Emily Sue, Al Arabiya English.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has won the Texas primary, setting the record for the most expensive campaign in U.S. history. During the $128 million contest, he unseated Senator John Cornyn, who has held that position since 2003. For more on this, I'm joined by former Trump chair, Rob Artlett. We got it out there in the end, Rob. Great to have you on the show, as always. Thank you so much. So let's talk a little bit about Paxton. This was a historic win. What does it mean for the Republican Party and, of course, for President Donald Trump heading into the midterms? And we must remember, he just endorsed Paxton not long before this primary actually happened. Rob, are you there? Have we got you? Or have we got a little bit... I do apologise. We appear to have some trouble on Rob Artlett's line. If you give us a little bit of time, we'll try to get him back on the show. That was Rob Artlett talking to us about the Texas primary, where Ken Paxton did win. Hopefully we'll get back to Rob. And now we're going to turn to Hajj pilgrims have gathered in Mina to throw pebbles at the Jamarat pillars in the symbolic stoning of the devil ritual. Al Arabiya English reporter Mazen Sameh has this very report.
From the Grand Mosque in Mecca, I'm standing in front of the Kaaba as more than 1.5 million pilgrims continue the Hajj journey. Earlier today, pilgrims returned to Mina for the Jamarat rituals, where they throw pebbles in the stoning of the devil, key ritual of Hajj. While the Jamarat ritual itself takes place in Mina, many pilgrims also return here to the Kaaba to perform tawaf, circling the Kaaba as part of the Hajj rituals. The Kaaba is the holiest site in Islam and the direction Muslims around the world face during prayer, making this one of the most emotional moments of the pilgrimage for many worshippers here today. Pilgrims will continue returning to Mina over the coming days to complete the remaining rituals of Hajj before preparing for their journeys back home. Mazen Sameh, Al Arabiya English.
We are just waiting to see if we can get Rob Artlett back up on the show. I do apologise. We are having some technical issues in the show at the moment. Sadly, Rob is not available. We have tried numerous times. Rob Artlett, if you're out there, thank you so much for trying to reconnect with us on the internet. But right now, we're going to take you to East Asia and talk about the elderly population is swelling amid record low birth rates and shrinking workforces. In Taiwan, about a fifth of its people are aged above 65, making it a super age society. But many seniors aren't letting their age get in the way of staying fit and healthy. We've got Emily Sue back with this report.
Chen Yumei is 91 years old, yet she's making these 45-kilogram deadlifts look easy.
My husband is at the final stage of his life, but still asked me to train here because he worries that I could not be on my own. I also made up my mind to stay healthy. This is why I come here. My trainer here also keeps on encouraging me.
Chen has been training in this gym for a year. She's part of a growing number of elderly people in Taiwan who understand the importance of building up muscles and bone density to stay healthy. 89-year-old Chen Baohe also goes for regular fitness training.
People were asking me, "Hey Granny, can you lift 30 kilograms?" I would say, "Of course I can, no problem." People would doubt, "Really? You can?" And I would say, "Don't worry, I really can." So I lift up to 30 kilograms.
The manager at Chen's gym says the average age of clientele here is 65, compared to 40 just 5 years ago.
In 5 years, the average age of our company's clients has increased by over 20 years. So, we can imagine how much importance Taiwan society gives to elderly people's training. We are also very glad to help Taiwan society.
In 2025, more than 4.6 million people in Taiwan were aged 65 or older. That's about 20% of the island's population, which makes it a super age society under the World Health Organization's definition. Doctors say regular exercise is vital to prevent age-related diseases, such as loss of muscle mass and structural bone decay.
In general, I have observed an increasing trend of elderly people accepting such concepts. They give up on the idea of remaining sat or lying down because they are old, and instead they would pick up sports or training.
But it's just as important that elderly people know their limits, train safely, and avoid injuries.
Doctors advise seniors to use high-tech portable devices to monitor their health during workouts so they can track their progress using hard data and not just base it on how they feel. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
And I'm actually glad to say that we have Rob Artlett back on the line. Rob, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think we've managed to get you back up. We've had a few technical issues. Thank you for persevering and being patient. Welcome back.
My pleasure.
Welcome back. And of course, we're talking...
It happens.
Yeah.
It's live TV. It happens.
Right? It happens. Yeah, we've got to roll with it. You know exactly how it goes.
Exactly.
We were talking about Paxton, of course. And I was just asking you, this was a historic win. What does it mean for the Republican Party and, of course, for President Donald Trump heading into these midterm elections in November that we've all been really focusing on and talking about?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, of course, to be with you and your audience, and thank you for the opportunity. What really the election from Texas there represents and really is symbolizing is Trump is still relevant and the main face and voice of American politics, not to mention, obviously, within the Republican Party. Many people are always bashing him, some within the Republican Party. Certainly the Democrats are doing so in our media. But the reality is that I believe so far in this primary season that we are going through, Trump is, I believe, undefeated. I don't think any of his endorsed candidates have lost, to my knowledge. And so I think really President Trump is still the voice in the face of the Republican Party. The bigger question remains, is there any room for Republicans within the Republican Party who do not completely drink all of the Trump Kool-Aid? And I think that's the question. But again, the American people, the Republicans, want a candidate that is not part of the establishment, that will be courageous in doing the right thing when it comes to border security, of course, our economy. And I think we have to realize that, and also getting rid of corruption and collusion within our government. So that's what the American people are demanding, and President Trump represents that. And I think his supporters, that's why they support him, is for that reason.
We must remember, of course, it is the primary season, midterms in November, so maybe we'll get a better scope of how people are voting in the US. But Paxton, let's talk a little bit about him as a character, because he's had his fair share of controversy. He's been impeached for bribery and corruption charges. But anyway, Trump endorsed him as a true MAGA warrior. You touched on this a little bit earlier to me. Is it about drinking the Kool-Aid? Is it more about loyalty to President Donald Trump than it actually is about policy at the moment?
It's a great question. I would say it's 50-50. Policy obviously matters, because with bad policies, well, it doesn't work for the American people. So President Trump cares about good quality policies, but he obviously cares about loyalty. As his former state chair here in Delaware, and many other things that we've done for President Trump at different levels. But the reality is he cares about loyalty. And, well, so should or does really any other leader. Let's be honest about it. So, yes, he comes out for those that are against him. But at the same time, he also understands how to win. So we could use, Governor DeSantis, right, down in Florida as a primary example. When he was running for president this last cycle, he was bashing President Trump, and vice versa. President Bush was bashing Governor DeSantis. But he's got great policies that are winning for Floridians, and people find those policies very attractive. And now, of course, now that he's going to be, ending his governorship because of term limits in Florida, they seem to be, cooperating again and collaborating again. So policies matter, but loyalty does matter as well. But again, President Trump has forgiven those in the past that have been against him regarding the loyalty. So therefore, I guess I would say, I'm answering my own question by saying I think policy matters most.
Policy and loyalty. Both of them together, we can put it on that. We didn't get to touch too much on the controversy about Paxton's impeachment for bribery and corruption charges, but we don't have all the time in the world, sadly, because of the tech issues. So I want to move on to something that's happening at the White House, and it's getting ready to host the first UFC fight. We have always, haven't we, when we look at things like this, known Trump has a strong relationship with UFC fans. Do you think that this is another really great tactical move from the US president to get young voters back on board with President Donald Trump? Because let's be honest, the Iran war has not been popular in the US, especially with young voters. So is this all another reality TV stunt ploy by Trump?
Well, I would just say regarding the UFC fight, it's the number one ticket that is in demand here in America. I know that because I was communicating with the White House just this morning about that very event, coincidentally, before I knew that's what we were going to be discussing. But the reality is that, the President Trump understands politics. He also understands culture. And so I think he is combining the two, whereas many don't. But President Trump understands culture, the American culture, again, being a former TV personality. And now he's a political face, if you would, and a leader of the free world. So I think he understands really how to get the attention of the young voters. And not to mention UFC, that audience represents blue-collar America, represents hardworking, represents fighting, if you would, and anti-establishment. So I think it's very symbolic for so many reasons. It could be symbolic of President Trump and his presidency. It could also be very symbolic of the American way, as far as just being a fighter and being against the grain. That's really, truly how we became a country. And I think it's very symbolic in so many ways. But President Trump understands how to get the attention of the American people, and specifically about the hardworking blue-collar workers and the young audience. So I think I think it's a big win. And I think he'll come across as being very attentive, and it's going to be very successful for him, I believe, very much so. Despite the media here in America, and despite the Democrats, of course, they will bash him for doing this. But at the end of the day, politically speaking, culturally speaking, it's a big win.
What did the White House and you talk about when you spoke about UFC a little bit earlier on? You have to tell me a little bit of a scoop, Rob.
They said the inside scoop directly from the White House just about maybe 2 hours ago, because I had a couple people inquire about getting tickets. They said it is the #1 sought after ticket by a mile long. Easily, by far, it's the #1 ticket that is being sought after. So people want it. And it's very unique. It probably will never happen again. Who knows if ever. It's been this long since something like this has ever occurred on the White House grounds. So it's a big deal. People want that ticket. There's only going to be 5,000 seats on the White House grounds. Now, outside the White House grounds, there's a viewing. There'll be a lot of big TV screens, if you would, that people can see for free. Everything's for free. But the reality is those 5,000 tickets are very hard to come by and very sought after for sure.
Rob, I would absolutely do anything for a ticket. I love a bit of UFC. This is a big win for Dana White too. We can't forget that. UFC.
I agree. It's a big win. I agree with you all the way around.
Rob Artlett, as always, thank you so much for joining me. Apologies about the technical issues. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon intensify despite a ceasefire, killing at least 31 people. The UN Secretary-General says he's deeply concerned over Russia's plans to strike Ukrainian defense sites and decision-making centers in Kiev. And Trump's pick, Paxton, marks a historic win in the Texas primary. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticize the Israeli government? Well, if you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
joined now by Dr. Avi Loeb, who is a theoretical physicist and professor of science at Harvard University. He's also the author of Interstellar, The Search for Extraterrestrial Life and Our Future in the Stars. In fact, Dr. Loeb, it seems you've written numerous books on astrophysics and cosmology. I'd like to start by asking you, out of all of these files that have been released, there's been audio files, videos, photos, some of them dating back to 1948. Which ones have you found to be most thrilling?
Well, I felt like a kid in a candy store because as a scientist, our conception of reality should be driven by evidence. And here is a trove of data that the U.S. government collected about objects that they cannot identify. The Pentagon, the intelligence agencies cannot figure out the nature of some of these objects. And I found most interesting a black sphere that was moving through the clouds. It wasn't looking like a drone, or it could be a balloon. We don't have good assessment of its speed because we don't know the distance to it. There was also an object that accelerated very quickly, much faster than you expect from a drone. But again, without knowing the distance, we can't infer the actual value of the acceleration. There was a report by a senior intelligence officer from last year who went on a mission with a helicopter to identify an object and saw a swarm of orbs and other unusual phenomena there. That's a testimony, not the data. And the question is whether he was looking at human-made drones, perhaps by adversarial nations. This illustrates the fact that these reports imply that the U.S. intelligence is not doing a perfect job. They cannot identify objects that are potentially human-made, and that's a serious national security concern. So it's a serious matter, and the question is how to resolve the nature of these objects, if any of them is from outside of this Earth. Of course, it's the biggest discovery ever made by humanity.
Dr. Loeb, one of the images that some people are particularly excited about relate to what appears to be footage of a UFO being shot out of the sky or shot to pieces. I don't know if you saw that one. What's your explanation for that?
Well, that one is well understood. It's a balloon. It was discovered shortly after the Chinese spy balloon was shut down. This one may be of civilian origin. We don't know because the pieces landed in a place that was difficult to reach. But it was clearly a balloon. There are also reports by astronauts that can be easily explained. For example, Buzz Aldrin speaks about flashes of light. Those can be introduced by high-energy charged particles, cosmic rays, that entered his eyeballs. The intensity of cosmic rays on the moon or on the way to the moon is 200 times larger than on the ground on Earth because we have the blanket of the atmosphere and the magnetosphere, the magnetic field of the Earth, protecting us from these cosmic rays. There were also some lights in the photographs taken by the astronauts on the surface of the moon, but I found that there are similar lights also in parts of the film of the Kodak camera that was used that were not exposed to the lens of the camera. So clearly these are related to cosmic rays and nothing else. So all in all, it's a mixed bag. But it's a serious matter in the sense that objects here on Earth are not being identified, and potentially they're used for espionage or other military purposes. Many of them are found in military contexts, like a war zone, which is a natural place where there are many eyes on the sky, many sensors looking at that region. And that's where you expect to find objects that are not identified because they represent technologies that are not known to the intelligence agencies.
Dr. Loeb, it sounds like you've got a rational explanation for a number of the phenomena that were reported and released in these files. Doesn't sound like you've seen anything that sounds like conclusive evidence of extraterrestrial life, therefore.
That's correct. But, just like seeking a partner for life to marry, you just need one. So I think it's worthwhile for scientists like myself to go through the data. In fact, there may be even better data released in the future and see if any of those, even if 1 in a million happens to be technological but definitely not human-made, that would be an amazing discovery. will change our perception about our place in the universe. We would realize that we are not at the top of the food chain, cosmologically speaking, because apparently there is a visitor that was sent by a more accomplished technological civilization than we are, because they reached our backyard before we reached their backyard. And so that motivates me. At the very least, I'm not wasting my time, because at the very least, I'm helping the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies figure out what such objects might be. So I do think it's the obligation of scientists to engage with such data that looks anomalous and figure out what it means. It's like a detective story.
Do you think President Trump was right to go down this sort of transparency route? Do you think these files should have been released?
I think so. I think there was resistance to release them because it shows the vulnerability of the defense system in the U.S. if these are made by adversarial nations. Also, some of the data was collected by classified sensors, and you don't want to expose the abilities of those sensors to adversarial nations. But on top of that, there is, of course, the psychological tendency of bureaucrats, administrators within government to hide the fact that they're not doing their job. And they can do that by classifying documents and data. There is a defense budget in 2026 of close to $1 trillion, and yet they are unable to identify some objects in the sky. That's embarrassing, and that's a reason for them to keep it under wraps. And I do think that exposing that failure to identify objects is important, because it will bring us to a better place. At the very least, it brings this subject of unusual objects to the forefront of the public discourse and the scientific mainstream. But my hope is, if there is something that came from outside of this earth, it will be unraveled in this process. And the best we can do is collect new data rather than obsess with past reports, because we can't go back in time and check exactly the circumstances, get better data. The best approach is to use the best available sensors we have right now and look at the sky, and we don't need to wait for the government to tell us what's in the sky. That's the approach that I'm taking with the Galileo project that I'm leading at Harvard University. We built 3 observatories. We monitor the entire sky at all times in these 3 locations, where we collect data on millions of objects. And frankly, any object that is human-made is boring as far as I'm concerned. We're looking for outliers that move outside the performance envelope of human-made technologies.
Okay, I mean, you're hopeful that with the advent of artificial intelligence, for example, particularly some of the older files, some of the files in this dossier have, they date back to the 1940s. I mean, could perhaps now, with the technology we have today, finally debunk them or explain them?
Yeah, that's why the subject gets more attention now, because first of all, the detections are more significant because we have better sensors, better instruments, better cameras. Just look at the Artemis 2 images that were taken of the moon, with the latest cameras compared to those used by the Apollo astronauts half a century ago. Obviously, the images are far better, and we don't see any lights hovering over the moon, okay? So it's clear that using better sensors gives you a better understanding of what's going on. And so that's one reason that we detect things that previously may have been omitted. But in addition, we can do much better research now with those excellent sensors that we have. Of course, there is more cluttering. There are lots of tens of thousands of communication satellites above the Earth and other devices that complicate the picture. But I think we can approach it with much more rigor. And I do hope that this release would lead to more research on this subject in the future, so that we can tell if we are being visited by some neighbor, cosmic neighbor, if there is a smarter kid on our cosmic block.
Dr. Loeb, I mean, statistically, we're more likely, aren't we, today than ever to capture moving images or close-up photos of any inexplicable UFOs or whatever else that we might capture, because every human pretty much on this planet nowadays has a smartphone in their pockets. I mean, are you hopeful, therefore, that we will perhaps within our lifetime see something that is conclusive evidence one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, one can be hopeful. the question, I mean, it's a mixed bag, and most of the objects would be human-made or natural phenomena that we don't fully understand. But we have to remove the noise. So the key in doing science is not to detect a signal, but to show that the signal is not just noise, it's not just something that we don't fully understand that happens to be in our neighborhood. And we also detect objects from outside the solar system in the form of interstellar objects. Over the past decade, astronomers detected them for the first time in history, so that gives us an additional opportunity. There is the Rubin Observatory in Chile with a camera of 3.2 gigapixels monitoring the southern sky every 4 nights, and that could give us much more data than before. So all in all, I think we are at an exciting time, and we should keep our eyes open. I have the hope that we might find intelligence in outer space, because when watching the news every day, geopolitics implies to me that there is room for improvement in terms of our intelligence. So my hope is it will inspire us to do better. It's sort of like a knock on the door by a neighbor, and then when the family hears that from inside the house, all the loud arguments quiet down. So my hope is it will bring all of us to a better place, because we would realize, all humans here on Earth, we are all in the same boat, and maybe we should cooperate instead of fighting each other.
It's a very good point, actually, and it would certainly make the us and the them. Well, it certainly make the us in the us and them seem more united, in the sense that we have this common unknown entity out there somewhere. But I want to ask you why you think there's so much secrecy surrounding these files, and who are we keeping the secret from? I mean, given, as we've been saying, this is something that should be of common interest to every human on the planet.
Of course, if you look at it from a scientific perspective, but from a national security perspective, the sensors being used are classified. You don't want adversarial nations to be aware of their capabilities. And moreover, it shows vulnerabilities. If these are human-made objects, then it means that the defense of the U.S. has holes in it. There was the Chinese spy balloon, and obviously there could be many more of them hovering over the U.S. and getting surveillance data. And so if the U.S. implies that they cannot really figure out the identity of those objects and the Chinese know about it, they will put more. So there are good reasons why the Pentagon or the national intelligence agencies prefer to keep it under wraps, also in order not to be scrutinized by Congress that they are not doing their job. But if you look at data from decades ago, of course, it's not relevant for the battlefield today. So my hope is eventually there will be access to interesting data. And if it all turns out to be human-made, all these objects, so be it. That's also good to know that we are not being visited. When you imagine a dating partner of interstellar proportions from another star, you never know whether it will be friendly or maybe a serial killer. It's just like a blind date. And so it's good to check our cosmic environment just to make sure that we are not being visited. And if we are not, then we can then conclude that at least here we are alone. We don't know, on the large scale of the Milky Way galaxy, perhaps there are other civilizations, but they're not making their way to our backyard.
Is it just me, or has there been a massive uptick in the last few months in, this whole concept of discussing life beyond our planet? We've heard President Obama talking about it in recent weeks, saying that he thinks aliens do exist. President Trump has been making comments about this as he released the second of these batches of files. Why do you think this uptake of interest is happening right now?
I do think this is a subject that belongs to the mainstream because, there are billions of Earth-Sun analogs within the Milky Way galaxy alone. And it's sort of like seeing billions of houses on the street that are just like yours. Now, the mainstream of the astronomy community says, well, these houses probably have microbes. So let's look for microbes at the investment of $10 billion over the next 2 decades with the next space telescope called the Habitable World Observatory. But, you know, when I went on dates, on blind dates before I met my wife, I was aiming high, not low. I was not looking for the most mediocre dating partners that are everywhere. I was looking for someone who is more intelligent than I am. And I think we should adapt that within the scientific approach. And this should be a subject that is discussed openly. And of course, there are lots of crackpots that come up with ideas or stories that make no sense. But that should not prevent us from discussing the obvious possibility that, you know, most of the stars formed billions of years before the sun. There were civilizations before us. We could learn from them. They can produce technological signatures that are easier to detect than the chemical fingerprints of microbes. And so we should invest similar levels of funding in the search for technological signatures as we do in the search for biological signatures. Right now, all the money goes to search for microbes. And I just don't think it's the right approach. I think we should discuss it openly, as former President Obama did, as President Trump indicated. And this is a subject I've been promoting over the past decade or so, and I think belongs to the mainstream, and it will be the most important scientific discovery made. You know, are we alone is the most romantic question in science. We would observe the universe differently. Right now, all the textbooks, some of which I've written, focus on the universe as a collection of matter and radiation. But if it has intelligent beings out there, we can connect to it emotionally. These would be the siblings in our family, and it will also imply for any religious person that God is not a parent that attends only to one child.
One of the places that is tipped to be one of the most suitable locations for observing the night sky is the country that I'm speaking to you from, Saudi Arabia, because there are vast areas with dark night skies that are free of light pollution. And, you know, what's called astrotourism is apparently something that is taking off in this particular country. So by this logic, shouldn't the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have a high number of sightings of UFOs and inexplicable objects in the night sky?
Potentially, yes. But the number of detected unidentified objects depends on how many people are looking up and how many observatories are situated. So I would highly recommend putting more observatories also in the country that you're in, but all over the globe. You know, one thing about the lights coming from Earth is that in principle, they can be seen from space, you know, and Saudi Arabia has very bright parts of it that are probably visible all the way to the moon. And so, you know, someone out there could be looking at us, and we should be looking back, of course. And I once calculated how far away would a city like Tokyo be observed with the Hubble Space Telescope? And the answer is all the way to the distance of Pluto. So if there was a city like Tokyo on Pluto, we would be able to see it with the Hubble Space Telescope. And so, you know, the only thing we need is the curiosity to motivate us to look up. Because most of the time we just focus down on down-to-earth matters. And, you know, as kids, we are curious, but we lose that curiosity as we become adults. And all that I'm recommending is to maintain our childhood curiosity, because that will bring us to a better place where eventually all humans would be more cooperative than they are right now.
Okay, so we've talked about some of what's been in these files, the green orbs, the disks, the fireballs that are described in there. And I want to ask you about your own sort of evolution in this field and the evolution of your beliefs. Would you say you are more or less convinced today than you were at the start of your scientific career, which I think was in the 1980s?
Yeah, I'm much more intrigued today than I was before. First, we know about the existence of planets around every star, and a number of them in the habitable zone as well of the stars. So it's not a speculation that conditions similar to Earth may have emerged in billions of other places within the Milky Way galaxy alone, and there are 1 trillion galaxies like it in the observable volume of the universe. So to assume that we are alone is very arrogant of us, and we are probably not the pinnacle of creation. There is something better than us, and one way for us to learn is by searching for it, because space is vast, time is very long, and so that requires a special effort on our behalf to find the evidence. It's not as if it will be obvious. You need telescopes to see things, and even with our best telescopes, we can see an object the size of a football field only out to the Earth-Sun separation, roughly, in terms of distance, as a result of it reflecting sunlight. So it's challenging to detect objects of order the biggest spacecraft that we launched. The Starship rocket is the biggest that we ever made, and that's roughly the size of a football field. So there may be things around us that we haven't detected as of yet, and that's exciting. And so that is a realization that I came about over the past decade with the discovery of interstellar objects. And the first one was called Oumuamua, which means a scout in the Hawaiian language. It was discovered by a telescope in Hawaii and was very strange because the amount of sunlight reflected from it changed by a factor of 10 as it was tumbling every 8 hours. And that meant that it has a flat shape, a very extreme shape. It was also pushed away from the sun by some mysterious force without showing any evidence for evaporation, cometary gas that would give it a push. So it remains quite mysterious, and that's what triggered my interest in searching in our backyard for any tennis ball that was thrown by a neighbor. We haven't done so. And it's a new way of searching for technological signatures, because in the past we were focused on searching for radio signals. And frankly, radio signals are not used as much for communication. The Artemis 2 mission used lasers for communication. So it may well be that the aliens forgot about using these ancient technologies as far as they are concerned, if they had 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or 1,000,000,000 years of science and technology. We only had 1 century since quantum mechanics was discovered, and look how far we went over that time. So there is a lot for us to learn. What we know is an island of knowledge in an ocean of ignorance. And there is a lot for us to learn, and that's what makes me excited. I should say I'm as curious as I was at a young age. I haven't changed much in that regard. I refuse to become the adult in the room. I don't say things that I don't know. And so it's very uplifting to actually have the privilege of being a scientist, where you can follow your childhood curiosity and be guided by evidence.
Okay, I mean, President Trump said, as this latest batch of files was made public, he said, let the people decide for themselves, quote, what the hell is going on? Just to wrap up this conversation, Dr. Lowe, I mean, you've had a few days to work out what's going on and look at these files. I mean, which of all of the dossiers that have been released up until this point have given you the greatest cause for intrigue?
Well, I should say none of the objects that we were shown have clear evidence for an extraterrestrial origin. I can potentially explain all of the evidence in terms of human-made technologies. So I'm waiting for the next batch. I'm sure the government has better data, and they also potentially have some materials that was retrieved from crash sites, the way that some testimonies in Congress under oath were mentioning. And I'm looking forward to that. And potentially, even if the government wants to keep this data classified, it would make sense to have a board or a committee that looks into the data and recommends to the President of the United States, President Trump, how to interpret that kind of data and what to make of it and how to move forward. If there is clear evidence for an extraterrestrial origin, we should somehow inform the public. And we should also develop a plan to protect Earth. And that would be extremely interesting.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, Dr. Avi Loeb, theoretical physicist and professor of science at Harvard University. We really appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yaid Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticise the Israeli government? Well, if you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York, lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with it, all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
The people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandment, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany, Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch. It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the
the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. Makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country, so that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or don't have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used to show us some of his personal buggies.
Go through the here's the blinking lights. It's a headlight. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. The boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning, and they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here.
You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
Keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations, and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22 not 5. Then now 22 to 22 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22 to 22 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
For many, This community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Is there room in the Republican Party for those who disagree with the president? What about those who criticize the Israeli government? If you ask Congressman Thomas Massie, the answer is categorically no. We'll ask our panel why one House race in one US state is sending shockwaves well beyond Capitol Hill. This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. A moron, a nutjob and a loser. You'd think the president would reserve this kind of name-calling for his Democratic rivals. But no, this is how the Republican president has been describing incumbent Republican Congressman Thomas Massie ahead of his primary race in Kentucky.
This guy Massie is terrible. Let's see what happens. It's not easy beating incumbents, but we have a great guy running against Massie. Massie's a terrible, I think the worst congressman the Republican Party's ever had.
After more than a decade in Congress, Massie lost the Republican House primary to Trump-endorsed candidate Ed Galrine. Massie has openly criticised the administration's handling of the Epstein files release, US military spending in Israel and the wars in Gaza and Iran. His loss has raised concerns about Trump's stranglehold on the GOP. It's also, once again, shone a spotlight on Israeli influence in US politics.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv.
One Israeli newspaper described the Kentucky race as perhaps the most important for Israel to date. It was also the most expensive. One Israeli lobby group poured more into this contest than any other during its 40-year history. So, on this episode, we'll ask, how consequential is Massie's defeat for Donald Trump and the GOP? Can dissent still exist in the Republican Party? And does Israel have too much influence over US politics? Well, joining us for this discussion is Anna Kasparian, co-host and executive producer at The Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Robbie Suave is back with us, journalist and senior editor at Reason magazine and co-host of the Hills Rising program. And rounding out our Counterpoints panel, Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator at PragerU, another independent American media organisation. To all of you, welcome back to Counterpoints. Well, Congressman Thomas Massie lost the president's endorsement, and then he lost the Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District. He had high-profile stoushes with the president over things such as the release of the Epstein files, the Iran war, and, of course, the big, beautiful bill. The victory for Trump-backed candidate Ed Galrine leaves no doubt in many people's minds that the president alone can make or break a politician's future in the GOP. Take a listen, first of all, before we get into the discussion, this comment from Senator Lindsey Graham.
So Bill Cassie's lost because he tried to destroy Trump. Massie's going to lose because he's trying to destroy the agenda. You can disagree with President Trump, but if you try to destroy him, you're going to lose because this is the party of Donald Trump.
Shabbos, is it the Republican Party or, as Senator Graham calls it, is it the party of Donald Trump?
I think the two are synonymous. And look, last night we kind of realized that the woke right did what the woke right does best, which is lose. They do not have any political support across this country, assuming you don't count, of course, Pakistani bots on Twitter. They have elected 0 people to Congress. They have passed 0 pieces of legislation. They do not build. All they do is blame. And I was on the left. I grew up watching Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks. And then I decided I wanted to be a conservative. I wanted to be part of Team MAGA. And I'm very happy to know that the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party still side with President Trump. Thomas Massie is an example of it. But to Lindsey Graham's point, you also saw Bill Cassidy. He lost his renomination bid, which is the first time a Republican senator lost in in 2 decades. So ultimately, the mainstream media is going to concoct a narrative whereby this is about Israel, this is about the pro-Israel lobby. But at the end of the day, Thomas Massie himself, between himself and his super PACs, raised close to $15 million. Of that money, only roughly $150,000 came from Kentuckians. His biggest fans are people like Anna Kasparian, people like Ro Khanna, people on the far left. So when you spend your campaign or the day before your campaign going on the Young Turks and not campaigning in your district, not speaking to conservatives, it's kind of no wonder that you will lose elections. So yes, if you call Donald Trump a pedophile, which is what Thomas Massie was doing for months on end, and then Donald Trump in a district where he won by more than 40 points starts speaking out against you, you'll probably lose.
Anna, obviously, I need to hand this straight to you. What do you make of it?
Well, for anyone who's listening to this right now and maybe questioning the credibility of Shabbos, you should consider the fact that if he had grown up watching the Young Turks, he would know how to pronounce Cenk Uygur's name. It's not Cenk Uygur or whatever it is that he said. His opening line is literally, "Welcome to the Young Turks. I'm your host, Cenk Uygur." So unnecessary lies. If you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? To say that the Israel lobby had no impact on this election is laughable when you consider the fact that Thomas Massie has drawn the ire of President Donald Trump in past election cycles. Trump has tried to primary him previously and failed to do so. If you look at the in-depth reporting in terms of the campaign funds raised against Massie in this race, this is according to Politico, a pair of pro-Israel super PACs linked to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee and the Republican Jewish Coalition spent more than $9 million targeting Massie, who has routinely rejected efforts to financially aid and symbolically support Israel. Another PAC, known as MAGA KY PAC, unfortunate name, stood up to Trump's top political rival here, Massie, by spending $7 million berating Massie in this election. Now, MAGA KY, that sounds like it's a 100% American-led super PAC, except you do a little bit of digging and you find out that the 2 founders of that PAC, one of them is Chris LaCivita, who, of course, was one of Trump's campaign managers. And the other individual who co-founded it, Fabricio is his last name, turns out that he helped to get Benjamin Netanyahu reelected. He works as a campaign strategist for Israelis. We have Israeli infiltration in our political system, in our elections, and it's a huge problem because how are you going to compete against Zionist billionaires like Miriam Adelson as they're pumping more and more money into defeating anyone who dare cross Israel? And if you want to talk about why Trump turned on Massie in the first place, okay, he turned on Massie over the Epstein files. The Epstein files were something that the Israelis weirdly didn't want released. And then once you get a little bit of those files released, you realize that Epstein had a very close and cozy tie with Israel, including making deals, cybersecurity deals for them. So again, this idea that it was totally Trump. Okay, even if you buy that argument, why did Trump turn on Massey? It was because Massey was refusing to do the bidding of the Israel lobby.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna have to quickly respond because Anna, it's good to see you again. And again, my coffee invite in LA is still open, but you've mispronounced my name every single time on Piers Morgan, and I never accused you once of lying. I just think it's a tough name, so I wouldn't accuse you of lying. So I will accept your apology later, but I digress. It's interesting that you talk about Zionist billionaires because actually Jeff Yass funded Thomas Massey's campaign as well. I find it interesting that you don't talk about NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. I find it interesting you don't talk about the Council on American Islamic Relations. I find it interesting you don't talk about the Jordanian Muslims, the Marouk family, who also funded him. You don't talk about the Iranian Joe Keeney, who I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I find it interesting that you're talking about how AIPAC has this ability to simply fund elections with any money they want, yet Maureen Galindo, who said that American Zionists need to be put in internment camps, actually won her election yesterday. Chris Rabb, who said that the Bondi Beach massacre, which killed 10 Jews by an Islamist, including a 9-year-old girl, Matilda, he said it was a false flag. He won his election yesterday. So if AIPAC is, buying any election they want, how come they didn't buy those elections? Why did they allow those candidates to win? So again, if you want to focus on money, then sure, Thomas Massey also raised $15 million from Islamist groups, from far-left Democrats. He went on your show repeatedly. But look, Kamala Harris raised $1 billion.
He did not go on our show repeatedly.
You
made that up.
Excuse me. He went on your show the day before the election, all right?
You can't just lie.
He came Thomas on for Massey a second, go on your show the day before the election.
Technical issues and had to drop off. Let's be very clear about that.
Okay.
Why are you lying about that? That's such an unnecessary lie. Okay. AIPAC, after the election was called, after the election was called, after the election was called.
No, you don't get to interrupt. Yelling is not an argument.
Zionists can't
you can yell at me as much as you want. It's not an argument.
That they buy elections and then gaslight us when we say, oh yeah, they buy our elections. AIPAC posted about this immediately after Massey lost the election and said, our community was proud to help pro-Israel candidates win these races. Okay. So which one is it?
I want to bring Robbie in. First of all, Shabos.
Hang on, let me quickly respond because she keeps interrupting. And I have to say that, Anna, for the millionth time, yelling at me is not an argument. Like, being aggressive is not a qualitative, substantiated claim. If you want to say that there's money in politics, I agree with you.
Stop whining about my tone and focus on the substance. Be a grown adult.
Okay. That's exactly what I'm about to do, but you keep interrupting me. I agree there's too much money in politics, but when you only focus on one political group, which does not even represent more than 0.5% of all political lobbying being spent, then you're doing it for nefarious motives. Why don't you also talk about the fact that Thomas Massey was being run by billionaires, by radical Islamists? Why don't we talk about that as well? I agree there's too much money, but I am making the point that even if you have money in politics, which I want to get rid of, that still doesn't translate into forcing Kentuckians to not support a candidate. Kamala Harris had $1 billion and she still lost. What, you're telling me that 60,000 Kentuckians who wanted strong borders, who wanted DHS funded, who didn't believe that Donald Trump was a pedophile, they were forced into voting against Thomas Massey? No, they didn't like the guy. That's what elections come down to.
Okay, all right. Robbie, is it that they didn't like the guy? Is it as simple as that?
This is fun. Look, I speak for
you've got a lot to weigh in on, Robbie. Go for it.
Sure. Millions of Americans who are neither obsessed with Israel and see it as the prime mover in everything that happens in politics, nor incredibly defensive of Israel more so than any other country, and who don't care one way or the other and want to be less involved, which frankly is, I think, mostly where Thomas Massey was. Not all of his fans and supporters are like that. Massey has said that he opposes funding to Ukraine and Egypt and USAID and every other thing you can think of, but it was Israel-backed or Israel wealthy people who were most involved in this race. Look, this is mostly about his personal beef with Trump. It's personal for Trump. It's not personal for Massey. Massey has continued to vote the same way he's voted for 14 years, saying he will not vote to impoverish, to riddle with debt his children and their children's children. Nothing there has changed. What changed is the Republican Party, which has promised my whole life to actually do something about the size of government and debt, now having a unique moment of vast political power over every, aspect of our government, did nothing to follow through in their promises and betrayed the fundamental. I'm sorry, they made this promise. It came out of Trump's lips himself. No new wars, and we're doing new wars, and Massey was critical of it. Trump,
so, Robbie, do you think there can be dissent within the Republican Party? Can the Republican Party handle the dissent?
Well, It's not handling it well, and I think that's a huge problem. This is a Republican primary district. Primary voters are not like voters at large, and in a Republican primary in a deeply red state, whatever Donald Trump says goes. That is absolutely true. I knew Massey was cooked, or I suspected he was cooked weeks ago, because you can't have this kind of difference with Trump. Republican primary voters don't tolerate it because they're disproportionately boomer, more neoconservative Republicans. And my warning to the party is, if you're totally giving nothing, throwing no bones to the younger voters you brought in, the newer voters you brought in the last election, you're going to get crushed in the midterms, and J.D. Vance is not going to have a chance, snowball's chance in hell in 2028 with this level of disrespect for what you ran on and the people you brought into the coalition. Keep running with the boomers who love Ed Galbraith, a totally empty suit who didn't do any campaigning, didn't debate Massey. We have no idea who he is. His campaign slogan was, "Trump's read my secret files and says I'm great." This is laughable. It's good enough for primary voters. It will not be good enough in midterms and in 2028. That's my warning.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chabos, what do you make of that warning? I mean, Trump and his loyalists have won, but Massey is still a popular figure within some of the Republican base. Is this, again, a sign that the Republicans are trying to grapple with a divide within the GOP that could hurt them in the midterms?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you where Thomas Massey is not a popular figure, and that's Kentucky's 4th congressional district, by the fact that he just lost by 10 percentage points. But I agree with you. The average American is not voting for Israel. They're not really considering Israel, and I think that's a fine thing. If you want to cut foreign aid, I'm in support of it. But that doesn't just mean Israel. I'm in support of cutting all foreign aid, including to countries like Nigeria and Somalia. But I digress. I think Robbie is right that Donald Trump obviously has a hold on the Republican Party. I mean, you asked in the beginning, what is the Republican Party today? And I just say it's Trumpism. That can be good because the majority of the Republicans actually like Donald Trump, but there will be consequential ramifications down the road, especially. I'm not so convinced about the midterms, but certainly in 2028, when there will be a question of, like, what does it mean to be a conservative? And I don't think J.D. Vance necessarily has an appeal to a large swath of our constituents, a large swath to our base. So we do have to recognize that, yeah, there have been certain campaign promises that President Trump promised that have never come into fruition. Like, I don't know, getting rid of our national debt, which has only ballooned. But when it comes to, like, core campaign promises, like national security, like border control, like DHS, I mean, that's why I voted for him, and Thomas Massey turned his back on all of those things.
How do you suppose Trump would lessen the federal debt when we keep getting dragged into wars on behalf of Israel? The war against Iran allegedly has is going to cost us $29 billion. Except the Trump administration is asking for an additional $100 billion. How is that going to, how do you square that circle when it comes to our federal debt? Do you think that the United States should pull out of the war that we are currently engaged in against Iran on behalf of Israel, which definitely has no control over our government whatsoever?
Yeah, sure. Well, as I'm sure you don't know, because Ben Shapiro had to tell you on CNN with Abby Phillips, we spend far more on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
No, that's BS.
More on healthcare.
We spent $8 trillion fighting Israel's wars in the Middle East. $8 trillion. $8 trillion. Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, continue.
I find it remarkable that I always want to have intellectual discourse and have an exchange of academic ideas.
No, you don't. You want to lie to people, and you don't know how to address the substance of what I'm saying. How do you square that circle? $8 trillion.
So again, I'm happy for the audience to demonstrate.
Entitlements. Lots spent on both these categories of spending. I would love to get either of those both of those ideally under control, for sure.
Right. We pay for our Social Security,
They're not doing that. They're not doing. Yeah, the Medicare is what's really destroying, breaking our backs. But Trump yesterday, he's standing. You can hear the construction for the ballroom in the background. And to be clear, I have supported. The ballroom is fine. They can renovate the White House. Every president has done that. I have no derangement or opposition to it whatsoever. And it's ostensibly being paid for by people he's gotten to invest in it, not taxpayer dollars, although Lindsey Graham, for some reason, proposed, let's do $1 billion of taxpayer spending, too. I don't know why you needed to do that when Trump said it was not going to be paid for with tax dollars. Anyway, I digress. But you can hear the construction in the background. Trump is railing against Massey, talking about how great the ballroom is going to be, how many extra rooms it's going to have. Was this in the top 1,000 things that people who voted for Trump wanted to accomplish 2 years ago? Did they race to the polls as, I can't wait for us to get Massey out of office and add to the White House. I'm so excited about this. And it's Mad King vibes. And again, I have no Trump derangement syndrome about me. I don't even care. Build the freaking ballroom. It's fine. But it does come down to priorities. And I'm waiting for any of these priorities to be delivered on. And that's going to be a real problem. It was already seeing the fatigue in the poll numbers for Trump. And I don't know. Trump is spending. I mean, he expended effort to get someone out of Congress who was mostly voting with him. He just endorsed Ken Paxton, going to make winning Texas a little bit harder. There's a finite amount of money they can spend on Senate reelections. Every dollar they have to spend to drag Ken Paxton over the finish line is a dollar that doesn't go to Susan Collins or whoever else. Like, what is the strategy? It seems like there is no strategy to have this coalition win again. I don't get it.
All right, Shabbos, speak to that. Is the president letting himself get very distracted by people who he might not personally like or thinks that maybe have done him wrong in the House, and without actually focusing on the real issues that people elected him for?
Yeah, it's a good question, but let me just state for the record that roughly 13% of the $7 trillion that we expend as the federal budget every single year goes to the military, whereas 55% of total expenditures are going to entitlement and mandatory safety net programs, which does not even include the money we're spending on inflation on the debt alone. So the idea that the reason you don't have
I know you'd like that money to go to Israel, but we fund those programs. My money funds those programs. You have to, so we are entitled to them. So we are entitled to them. But continue. I know you'd like that money to go to your precious Israelis, but continue. Yeah.
Again, I find your ability to dumb down.
I don't care what you find. Continue your statement.
So then stop. No. So just stop interrupting. You're double my age. Just shut up.
I can't stand your lies, and I can't stand that you feel entitled to our money going to anywhere other than the very entitlements that we are funding with our tax dollars.
Okay.
But okay.
So lady, let me state it again. I don't want.
Don't call me lady.
Aid to any country, whether it's Israel, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Ukraine. I don't want foreign aid. So when you keep saying my precious Israel, I have already stated repeatedly, I don't believe in foreign aid. But the idea that you are propagating to your audience that the reason we don't have universal health care is because all the money we're spending on wars, I agree. So let's cut down the military budget. But 55% of how we're spending doesn't go to war or the military. It goes to our massive, massive entitlement programs that are full with waste, fraud, and abuse. But I digress. In terms of your actual question,
focus back on where we're at.
Well, I was trying before I was interrupted. In terms of your actual question, yes, I agree. It is a major question today. What is conservatism? What is republicanism? Having said that, though, a cornerstone of Trump's campaign was mass deportations. And when you have a candidate when you have a congressman who is voting against the DHS historic funding, when you have a candidate who is voting with the Democrats twice to shut down the government, when you have a candidate who does not believe that I should go about mass deportations, even with judicial warrants, then it is obvious that the president is going to fight back against that candidate. It's not just true of Thomas Massie, it's true of any Republican. Trump is like 30-0 in his previous endorsements because he only wants people who are affiliated with the MAGA movement. And this idea that this particular election is because of a foreign lobby, it is ludicrous because his own people, 60,000 Republicans in his own district who have human agency, who can make choices, who are smart human beings, decided that they don't want a guy who keeps campaigning with Ro Khanna of California and talking about Jeffrey Epstein nonstop. Meanwhile, that has led to 0 criminal convictions. He has full opportunity to go to the House floor right now and name the pedophiles. And should he do that, I hope he does. Castrate them. Let's arrest them. Let's prosecute them. But he's not doing any of that. All he's doing is trying to cement himself as part of this stupid Podcastistan universe. And congratulations, because he got exactly what he wanted.
Okay, Anna, I want to ask you specifically then. I want you to keep Israel to one side for one moment. I want you to respond directly to what Shabbos is saying there, because Thomas Massie has been in the House for a long time. He knows how politics works. If he's regularly going against the administration on many of the agenda points that they are pushing, surely he expected some sort of blowback. Messaging needs to be coherent. So isn't it right then that if you're not adhering to that coherent message, then you have to pay the political price?
Well, let me just double down on what I said earlier, which apparently was not at all taken as the reality of what's going on here. Yes, Trump turned on him. Why did Trump turn on him? Trump turned on him because he refused to support the war against Iran. He demanded the release of the Epstein files, which was embarrassing to the Israelis, as much as people want to bury that and pretend like it doesn't exist. He turned on Massey over the same reasons the Israel lobby was furious with him. You're right, Massey was in Congress for a long time. Trump had been unhappy with Massey previously, which is precisely why Trump attempted to primary him previously, but failed to do so. The only thing that changed this time around was that there was the weight and the funding of the lobby, the Israel First lobby, and those ads that they were playing honed in on nonsense, total lies, AI ads purporting, claiming that Thomas Massey was in a sexual relationship with AOC and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. They fight dirty, they play dirty, because at the end of the day, the American people serve as pay pigs for foreign wars, and Massey was one of the principled Republicans who actually was a fiscal hawk, who actually cared about this country and our economic situation. And so he kept voting no for all sorts of funding projects, including wars for Israel or military aid to Israel. And Israel didn't like that. Their benefactors here in the United States didn't like that. And so the campaign worked this time around. And I have a question for Chabos, if you don't mind. I'm very curious. Do you believe at all that our media is influenced by the pro-Israel faction within this country?
Well, as evident by the propaganda you spew each and every single day, no. Unfortunately, one of the hallmarks of having a liberty and a democracy is people can say stupid things. So when you talk about how 1% of our federal expenditures, which is foreign aid, is the reason why, the Israel lobby had to take out Thomas Massey, you're referring to Americans. I don't like AIPAC. I don't support AIPAC. I'm not affiliated with AIPAC, but they are Americans. And if you want to make laws that forbid Americans from lobbying their government, then fine. I'm totally in support of that. But the problem I have with you, Anna Kasparian, is you ignore the fact that Thomas Massey took money from the National, you ready for this, American Iranian Council. He took money from Jordanians. He took money from people outside of the United States. But you don't seem to have a problem with that.
Let's focus on the media. So you don't think that Zionists control U.S. media? You don't think that? Which is interesting, because it really depends.
No,
hold on.
You're totally ignoring my answer.
Speaking to, right? You totally change your talking points depending on who you're speaking to. When you're speaking to us in the context of a debate, no, Israel has no control or influence over anything. But when you're speaking in front of a room full of Jewish students, you say this. Basically, all right, Nick Fuentes, you're right. We control the media. So what?
I'm so happy you brought this up.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're just going to complain about it on Twitter. Meanwhile, we're going to control more of the media. That is a direct quote from you.
It is.
So how do you square that circle? Why are you?
I'm so happy you brought that up
right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Anna,
what kind of lies are you going to spew now?
Yeah. Oh, get ready.
Okay, go ahead. Hurry up. Okay. Go ahead.
I brought that up by saying I actually used you as an example. So I'll send you after this. I'll send you the full quote. I said that we live in a democracy.
I saw the whole video, Chabos. I've seen the entire video.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen the whole thing.
Also, it's pronounced Shabbos. I encourage you to also keep it. President Trump just issued a proclamation encouraging Americans to keep Shabbat. I encourage you to do the same thing.
Oh my God, just shoot me in the head, please.
Gladly. I had said
I know,
that individuals are free to lobby their government.
For culture, right?
No, that individuals are free to lobby their government.
No, a lot of that.
I used as an
example. They show it every day.
And then I used as an example of people will say lies. So they will say that American Jews, they will say AIPAC, they will say Israel controls your life. And so I pretended for the sake of argument, let's assume that's true. Okay, why don't you do something in response? Elect candidates. This is the problem I have with the woke right. If you believe that we're controlled by a foreign government, okay, so put up sensible candidates and get them into power. But none of you do those things because all you do is complain in your echo chambers that the reason you are not successful in life is because of foreign lobby. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh, you mean
we don't have billionaires. We don't have Mary Nadelson.
Okay. All right. I need you both to finish your point because I've got a question for Robbie.
But okay,
Anna, let Chabos finish, please.
Direct quote.
Yes. Again, I'm using that as an example. Yeah. If you believe those idiocies, if you believe that to be true, which it isn't true, then you should elect candidates and use the democratic process. And it's interesting, you keep going back to billionaires, but you ignore the fact that Thomas Massey took money from billionaires. So I'm politically and morally consistent. There's too much money in the political process. So let's get rid of all of it. But you only focus on one lobbying group, which is actually comprised of American citizens.
I want money out of politics, period. I want money out of politics, period. I want elections to be public publicly funded. No, we're not in agreement because you're lying about the influence of the Israel lobby. And you know better than anyone that Massey was outraised significantly due to the Israel lobby.
Okay,
so
I'm going to put a pause in that for a moment. Robbie, I want to ask you, we're talking about this being the most expensive House primary in US history. Why? Why this one? Why the primary in Kentucky? It's one race in one US state. Why has it become global news? It's the most expensive in history.
Well, you can see the intense feelings it stirs up among people on either sides of this particular debate, the Israel debate, which, again, to be clear, I would enjoy never having to discuss in the context of American politics ever again because it's all-consuming. But that is the shape of things. I don't think the Jews or Zionists or pro-Israel forces control our media. I think the nation of Israel and its advocates have more influence over what is said than the average country or average ally of ours, and that manifests itself in what happened in this race. I don't blame Thomas Massey or his allies for feeling resentful about the amount of spending that came against him for that issue when he is the consistency that's being called for because he opposes the funding of foreign funding to all of these various nations, a position that is generally very popular with Republican voters. And now, I think the reason for his loss is actually the dispute with Trump, the votes on the One Big Beautiful Bill and the Epstein thing. And I disagree with Massey on the Epstein thing. I agree with Massey on probably 92% of issues, but ever having watched the fallout from the Epstein files, I now think how he handled that was certainly a mistake. However, what else was he supposed to do when J.D. Vance and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and every significant person with an R next to their name went on independent media and conservative media and promised that the release of those files would be the number one priority when they got into office, and that they were all supposed to just betray that promise? Thomas Massey refused to betray the things he ran on, and ultimately that is what doomed him because Trump demanded betrayals of promises to voters, and that bothers me, that offends me. It's not about, again, for me, it's not about Israel one way or the other. I do not care. It is about being
Robbie.
forced
You're smarter than this.
Bow to this president for heresy on things he ran on.
Love you, Robbie, but you know you're smarter than this, and I don't know why there's this effort to downplay Israel's influence on this race. I mean it was in our faces the entire time. And it's just, okay, all right. Yeah, totally. I mean, again, the previous efforts to primary him totally failed. This time around, you have the infusion of, the Israel lobby cash, which seems to be the only thing that made a difference, but we're going to pretend like there was no influence. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, I guess the audience can decide for themselves.
I'm not saying there's no influence. I am acknowledging the influence. We maybe disagree on the, degree of how that is the final thing, but.
Okay, all right.
There obviously was money being poured from the pro-Israel lobbying group. Thomas Massey raised roughly $14 million. Ed raised roughly $19 million. But the idea that you can fool the people of Kentucky into voting for someone who they don't actually support is ludicrous. So again, if Kamala Harris raised $1 billion, then using your logic, if money is what determines outcomes of elections, then how come she lost? So yes, it's true. When you have an
individual was a terrible candidate.
Support a particular. Oh, so I would argue that Thomas Massey, who was campaigning with individuals like Ryan Matta, who was wearing an American Reich sweater, who said that Hitler was awesome, who was saying that he hoped that U.S. service members would be killed in Iran, when Thomas Massey campaigns with a guy like that the week of the election, the average Kentucky voter is saying, that's probably not someone I want to support, especially in a district that Trump carried by more than 40 percentage points. Thomas Massey keeps referring to Trump as part of the Epstein class and keeps implying that he's a pedophile. So if I'm a Kentucky pro-Trump voter, why would I want to support Thomas Massey? It has very little to do with the amount of money being spent on that thing.
He's been in Congress for 13 years. So has he just radically changed his political motivations and behavior now, or has he always been like this?
He's changed.
I would say the core
motivation.
Robbie. All right. Let's see what Robbie says, and then Chavez
anyone could argue that he fundamentally changed in any way whatsoever. He takes all the same votes he has taken since 2010. I don't see how anyone can argue that there's a change in Massey's behavior.
Okay, so Chabos, is there a change in Massey's behaviour? Robbie says no. Why all of a sudden do they not like him?
I would say yes and no. I would say it's true that Thomas Massey is one of the more principled libertarians, but his constituents changed because they really like Donald Trump. Proportionally, they voted for him in much larger numbers than they voted for Thomas Massey. So when Donald Trump sends someone like Pete Hegseth to Kentucky to campaign, when Donald Trump gets his entire White House communications team to talk about Thomas Massey, when Stephen Miller keeps tweeting about Thomas Massey, and again, Thomas Massey constituents like Donald Trump far more than Thomas Massey. It's not exactly rocket science. And again, I'll sound like a broken record here. While it's true, I would say in certain respects, Thomas Massey was principled politically towards the end. There were also votes that really hurt the MAGA agenda, like voting to shut down the government twice, like voting not to fund DHS, like voting against the one big, beautiful bill. And the point that I think you were alluding to earlier, which I'll just piggyback off of, I think we're all in agreement that if someone commits a crime, especially a crime against a child, chemically castrate them, prosecute them, electrocute them, do whatever you need to do. But Thomas Massey had repeatedly said that he knows of this list. He knows of this cabal of pedophiles who are part of this, grand conspiracy. Okay, I want to believe you. So tell me the names. Tell me the crimes. Let's convict them. But he hasn't really done that. He's played what I would characterize as this media circus.
But
going
Donald
on
Trump said he had the list as well. So why
Donald
should
Trump didn't
he?
say, no, Donald Trump didn't say that. Pam, hang on, let me finish. Pam Bondi said it, and I agree. She should not have said that because she was wrong to have said it. And I agree with Robbie. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and to a certain extent Todd Blanche, I hold them accountable because they were saying things that they knew at the time were not true. If there were individuals who were committing child sex crimes, then identify them and let's prosecute them. But they haven't been able to do any of those things. And yes, they campaigned on this idea that there was this grand global cabal. I want to believe you. Just give me evidence. What you can't do is go on podcasts day in and day out and say, we're one day closer. This is what Candace Owens does. We're one day closer. Just stay with me. Just donate just $5 more. Just say the thing and then I'll believe you. But Thomas Massey never said the thing. He just dangled it in front of you and then got upset when people didn't like it.
Look, I think Candace Owens is a lunatic. I've said that multiple times, and I disagree on the Epstein thing. But set that aside. Anyone who is mad about any single vote, look, Donald Trump, the Republican Party, has control of the executive branch, control of Congress, control of the Supreme Court. So every way policy is positioned legislatively is a choice they are making. It was their choice to have everything wrapped up in one bill and say, vote for it, yes or no. They could run all these things as different bills. They could say, here's just a bill to fund deportations or just fund DHS or just whatever. And then the objections of principled libertarians to raising the debt or to maybe aspects of the Patriot Act that violate our civil liberties, like you could just do it differently and let us vote no on that. But no, Trump insisted it has to be all or nothing. And then I'm sorry, a man who has said since 2010, I will not vote to do it this way. You don't get my vote. Sorry. That's the way the administration chose to handle it from a position of power where they don't need to. And this is the end it's coming to.
Sure, but I agree. That's part of the democratic process.
Hold on. Lauren Boebert votes along with Trump literally 99% of the time. Trump has directed his ire toward Lauren Boebert because she also signed the discharge petition to get the Epstein files released. So all it takes is simply voting in favor of transparency with the American people as it pertains to a notorious pedophile who ran with a lot of elite Americans, elite business people who are potentially implicated in those files. I just find that super fascinating to claim that, oh, well, Thomas Massey, he was a huge thorn in Trump's side the entire time. You mentioned the DHS funding, but the framing here is intentionally dishonest because he was not against DHS funding. He was against funding for CISA, which conservatives, I was led to believe, were totally against because CISA is used to censor Americans, especially when it comes to, health claims and things like that. It was becoming too broad in terms of censoring the American people. And the Republican Party is supposed to be against that. That's why Massey voted against that DHS funding bill. It's because it had a provision that allocated more funding for CISA, which he is totally against.
And you misunderstand. They're only against aspects of that violate their own Republican members' rights. They're for it generally. They only
I know, it's
care
unfortunate.
When it impacts them. It is unfortunate.
And it's unfortunate because, look, Thomas Massie held all sorts of policy views that I vehemently disagree with. Obviously, I am not a conservative. However, what I liked about Thomas Massie and what I'd like to see more of from our politicians, both on the left and the right, is principles, actual values. So he was one of maybe the only Republicans who's actually a deficit hawk. And we should be worried about our deficit. We should be worried about our federal debt. We're now up to $40 trillion. We're spending $1 trillion a year paying interest on that debt. This is not sustainable. So there were things about Massie that I liked, far more policy views that I disliked. But what I loved about him was that he was a principled politician who remained consistent, and he wasn't allowing anyone to bully him from abandoning his values. That's the reality of the situation. And as we, enter this new phase of, enhanced surveillance of the American people, more censorship of the American people, it would have been tremendously helpful to have some players on both the left and the right in Congress looking to protect Americans as opposed to, engage in the very behavior or enable the very behavior that does away with our freedoms.
All right, I'm going to move us to a slightly off that particular topic. Chavos, we've seen other figures, such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, also come under fire from Republicans, and she ultimately left her congressional seat. She had some of the similar opinions as Thomas Massie. Do you think Republicans who don't support the Iran war and question Israel's actions in Gaza have a place in the Republican Party?
Yeah, well, first of all, I reject the premise of the question. I mean, I often question Israel's policies vis-a-vis Gaza. I'm generally supportive of the war. I'm generally supportive of our allies, especially ones that advance American military dominance and Western hegemony. But overall, yeah, we're a broad constituents. I mean, most conservatives disagree with my stance on, Ukraine. They'll probably disagree with the fact that I believe that climate change is, in fact, caused by man. So, yeah, it's a big tent party, but there are certain principles that we are not willing to compromise. And it's interesting because I know, don't tell the PragerU guys. But you got me. But what I will say, though, is it's interesting because when I was on the left, I despised Marjorie Taylor Greene because she was someone who was harassing the Parkland school shooting survivors like David Hogg. And then when I was on the right, I started to dislike Marjorie Taylor Greene because she just was not an effective congresswoman. She did not pass pieces of legislation. This is my problem with Thomas Massie. What did practically he do in 14 years? You can talk about the Epstein discharge papers, which, sure, even though it led to 0 convictions, even though he randomly misidentified 4 American citizens on the floor of the House and then had to retract it because he brought up some auto mechanic in Brooklyn or whatever. But ultimately, if you're not an effective member of Congress, if you're not campaigning, if you're not connecting with your constituents, then of course you're going to lose. So in general, are there room for these questions? Absolutely. That's what politics is. But politics is also the art of the possible. So when you talk about, Robbie, I agree with you in an ideological sense that the One Big Beautiful Bill comprised many different things that many different policymakers didn't like. But that's how the political system has been structured for at least 100 years. He didn't really offer counter proposals. He just said, no. This is why President Trump also hates Rand Paul, which is why I'm sympathetic to the arguments that Rand Paul should be next. Because if you're not delivering goods for your constituents, then what exactly are you doing? So ultimately, should we question policies and ideologies? Yeah, obviously. But again, the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party supports Donald Trump. So I don't understand why we have to pretend there's this grand conspiracy when, no, if you don't support the president's agenda, obviously the president doesn't want you in power.
All right, Robbie, what do you think? Can you question the actions in Iran? Can you question Israel's war on Gaza and still have a strong place within the Republican Party?
I don't know. I think it's hard to tell whether that's the case. I think this is a blow against that idea. I think that is unfortunate because, as I've said earlier, Donald Trump won a lot of young people. He won first-time black male voters. He won. He did well with groups from tapping into people who watch bro-coded podcasts, the Joe Rogan voter. We've all made a lot of that over the last couple of years, that sort of thing. And as I've said, those people are animated by being less involved in foreign policy. Donald Trump clearly knows that because he promised no new wars. And yet we've had interventions everywhere from Cuba to back to Venezuela. Cuba threatened, to blockade around Cuba, and to the Middle East. And, keep at it if you think this is working great, but it's not working great for the general election poll numbers. Again, Trump can do whatever he wants and have his preferred candidates still clean up in primaries. I think that much is true. I think Donald Trump has more control over the Republican Party than he has ever had, and that, frankly, anyone has ever had over the political party they represent. There's something something amazing about his level of political power within the party, but is that good or healthy for them to win more elections is where I would start to wonder that that's the case. And just, picking off a couple heretical people who are mostly with you but vote against these things from time to time is a good way to consolidate power even further. I don't know whether that's a good way to win elections. I think there's going to be a lot of demoralized voters going into midterms and going into 2028. By the way, J.D. Vance, the likely inheritor, the most likely successor to President Trump, the vice president, is the most skeptical of all these things in a person in the administration. He's going to be in a Kamala situation, or he's going to be at great pains to avoid being in a Kamala situation, where he's going to be forced to run on and defend things that he was a lukewarm supporter of at best in terms of the foreign policy. That's a pretty damaging position to be in, we found out.
All right, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to wrap us up with this. The Democratic mega donor, Haim Saban, says, and this is a quote, he said, "Those who give more have more access. Those who give less have less access. It's simple maths." So, Shabbos, Republican, Democrat, regardless, how can you argue, if they're saying this is simple maths, you pay to play, how can you argue that Israel doesn't have strong influence?
Well, because you're conflating two separate things. It's obvious that in the American political system that those with money have positions of power and influence. I mean, I've only been involved in the political world for about 2 or 3 years. It is shocking to me to see how easy it is to get access if you're wealthy. I wish I was wealthy. I am not. But of those who have money, yeah, it's scary. People should be afraid of the fact that individuals who do not have our best interests at heart are able to have such positions of power, which is why I would encourage all of us, whether you're on the left or the right, to believe in comprehensive campaign finance reform, which is why, again, I would imagine that Anna Kasparian, you would condemn Thomas Massie for accepting a $1 million donation from billionaire Jeff Yass, but you won't, which I find interesting. The problem I have with the
I'm
way
pretty
in which
consistent on rejecting money in politics, so don't put words in my mouth and don't straw man me. I know you love to lie. I know you like to be dishonest, but let me speak for myself when I say, as I've consistently said, I'm against money in politics, but as it pertains to the most powerful lobby here in the United States, AIPAC happens to be the most powerful lobby. They have incredibly powerful billionaires funding them, and they usually get what they want. So I would like all that money out of politics.
Okay, Shabbos.
But I'm also not delusional enough to say that money in politics has no impact. You seem to think so when it comes to one lobby, though.
Anna, I literally said the opposite. I said money does, in fact, play a role, but if you're going to suggest that 60,000 Kentuckians were somehow fooled, yet at the same time there are people who've raised far more money, yet their candidates didn't win, they're going to have to explain that one. When it comes to AIPAC,
I'm sure those Kentuckians...
Okay, Anna, we're almost out of time, so I need you to let Shabbos finish so we can wrap up. Shabbos, finish, and then I'll go to Anna.
I mean, I'll just say it's impossible to have conversations. You can disagree with me, and that's fine. That's healthy. That's vital for democracy. But when all you do is shout and interrupt, it's not a disservice to me. I mean, I might feel bad after the fact, but it's a disservice to people who actually want to have informed discussions.
You're a fast-talking
and you are a living proof that you can't do it.
Israel. Okay, so you just go on and you filibuster. And when you say things that are untrue and you straw man me, I'm going to interrupt you because I'm not going to let the audience think something about me that's untrue based on your lies.
Okay,
so,
thanks, Anna. Thanks for making that point. Shabbos, quickly make your final point, and then I need to wrap us up.
Yeah, thanks for proving my point, Anna. And I would say this, any individual who believes that it's simply money that controls elections. I believe in the power and the intelligence of the American people and my fellow countrymen. They made a decision that they don't support Thomas Massie for a whole host of reasons. If you want to get money out of politics, I would agree with you. But unfortunately, the far left and increasingly the far right, they're not interested in serious policy discussions. They're not interested in serious campaign finance reform. They're only interested in acquiescing to the lowest common denominator with spewing these bizarre conspiracy theories that an American lobbying group, which I don't even support, AIPAC, is controlling our government, controlling controlling our lives. Show me the evidence. Show me the proof. These are American citizens. If you want to make policies against American citizens lobbying their government, sure, I'd probably support it. But no one is making those actual arguments. They're just deluding their viewers into these grandiose conspiratorial thinking, and it is damaging to the political discourse. It is damaging to the psyche of the American people, particularly my generation, Gen Z, who believe that the reason the economy sucks, the reason I can't get laid, the reason I can't get a job is because something APAC and something BB. And again, cut foreign aid. It doesn't bother me at all. But let's have serious intellectual discussions about our politics and not trying to grift after the dumbest podcast to stand narratives.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Anna, give me your condensed response. Do voters have more power or intelligence to outweigh all this money that you say is trying to influence them? Surely not.
I would just like to note that Shabos thinks that it is a grift to be concerned about what benefits the United States before it actually benefits any other foreign country. Okay, but okay, let's put that aside.
I literally didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Now you're interrupting me, Shabos. Now you're interrupting me.
How does it feel?
Going on?
How does it feel?
I thought you were against it. I thought it was a big problem. Okay.
I know, but you don't play by the rules. So what am I supposed to do?
How about you stop? I'm going to hand it over to Robbie if the two of you don't let each other speak.
Well, listen, I mean, Melinda, are you going to stop him from interrupting me? If I'm going to answer the question,
as I have done, Anna, I'd like you to wrap up your points, please.
As it pertains to the Republican Party, there is a divide. Okay. And the divide is unfortunate for younger Republican voters. If you are a young Republican voter, simply sharing your political views on social media is not going to do the trick. You have to show up and vote. Right now, older Republicans are very much in line with, the Zionist movement and with everything Trump wants. Younger conservatives are moving away from the old school mentality of the Republican Party, where you absolutely must support Israel and you absolutely must believe in the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. So if you don't show up to vote, of course, Massey is going to lose. I think that played a huge role here, but that also addresses the future of the Republican Party, because eventually these boomers aren't going to be around anymore. And the younger conservatives are going to be the one in power. You look at the Democrats, almost the entirety of the Democratic electorate has turned on Israel for obvious reasons. So it's going to be harder to primary an anti-Israel Democratic incumbent, although we don't really have many of them, to be honest with you. So I'm very curious to see what the future of this country looks like. I think young people are a lot more savvy on what's going on, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. And that's why you see this growing coalition between young Democrats and young conservatives when it comes to the influence of foreign countries in our politics. We want it out. And at some point, we'll finally get what we want. But right now, unfortunately, we're not there yet. Okay, Robbie, round us out. Do we need foreign lobbies out of US politics? Are they having an unnecessary and unfair weight on the outcome? Or do people have enough power and intelligence to see through it?
I might be the outlier here in that I do frankly think money is speech, and I'm fine with Citizens United, and I think the First Amendment protects your right to spend as much to get the people you want elected. Sorry about that, I'm in my Slack. Elected, and that's just how America is, and I think money can only get you so far. You need an appealing message too. So I'm not really trying to limit. I would not place legal limits on the ability of pro or anti-Israel people to try to influence the American voters. But I think what would be healthiest as policy would be a compromise, in that we don't give foreign aid anymore to Israel or anyone else. If they want to buy weapons at full market price, not through some reverse subsidy arrangement, then they can do that, just as France, UK, Japan, any nation who wants them that is not Russia or China, that's all fine with me. And then we can stop talking about it. And we have to vote. The Congress has to vote if we're going to attack someone else. We're not attacked. That would be a nice starter too. We do all those things. I think you could keep the MAGA coalition together. If you don't do those things, as Anna says, the boomers only have so much longer to run the party.
Thank God. We'll see what happens. It's been, as it always is, an interesting 24 hours, 48 hours in US politics. Diverse opinions. It's what we love on Counterpoints, and it's why we really appreciate having all of you here together on the show. Anna Kasparian, co-host and executive producer at The Young Turks. Robbie Suave, journalist and senior editor at Reason Magazine. And Shabos Kestenbaum, political commentator at PragerU. To all of you, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Doha, the regional travel hub that connects cities all over Asia and Africa. Rich and extravagant, there are matchless things to do and experience here. For a cultural feat, there's the Museum of Islamic Art. Here you will find the world's finest collection of Persian rugs, Turkish mosaic, and Damascene wood carvings. Walk through the grand halls and courtyards and you'll appreciate the Cubism architect of the Muslim minaret. Doha is also the place where you can see an Arabian oryx, or mahas in Arabic. They have two long horns, and their profile is very much likened to unicorns. They are also Qatar's national symbol. Also visit one of the souks around the city. You can sip coffee and just relax. Usually, the outside cafes are the best. Order a Turkish coffee medium sweet and have some apple-scented tobacco. Who knows, you may chance buy a passing parade. The souk is also where you can buy jewelry. Amid the 1960s style buildings are merchants of gold, freshwater pearls, and more. You can also have your jewelry custom made here, if what's on display doesn't suit your taste. Of course, you can take advantage of the Indian tailors as well. Have a made-to-measure linen suit for a good price, or even an Egyptian cotton shirt. Come by the air-conditioned malls. In this city, temperatures may soar to humidity levels reaching about 85%, making it too hot even to swim in the water. The malls will come in handy. There will be many things to do anyway. Catch a movie, ride a roller coaster, race a go-kart, or even glide down a canal in a gondola. If time permits, it's a must that you drive out of town and visit the desert. You'll witness mountains and slabs of sand that you can drive through with a huge vehicle. Or you can simply hang around and have a picnic. Waiting to see Doha at night would truly be worth it. The bursting colors from the city lights are absolutely delightful to see. The people at night are still full of bustling energy. So if you can't sleep at night in Doha, it's not a problem because the city's full of life. Tired of the land and want a little sea breeze? Come down to the Doha Corniche. You can also come down to the beaches and let the waves tickle your feet. Want to ride a boat? You can find them in the Corniche. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome, and Eid Mubarak. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon intensify despite a ceasefire, killing at least 31 people. Meanwhile, President Trump holds a cabinet meeting on the ongoing war in Iran as Marco Rubio says some progress has been made in negotiations. And it's time. The UFC fighting cage is assembled on the White House lawn ahead of America's 250th anniversary of independence. Fresh Israeli strikes across southern and eastern Lebanon have left dozens killed, according to Lebanese authorities. Hezbollah says its fighters have clashed with Israeli forces. This comes after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to step up military action against Iran-backed Hezbollah. In the last few hours, President Trump has told a cabinet meeting he's not talking about easing sanctions with Iran, and no country will control the Strait of Hormuz. Take a listen.
The Strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who will control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine. About any easing of sanctions or giving money, no sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. And when they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that. And it's one thing is not contingent on the other.
Alex, let's begin with you. Great to have you and Lily on the show with me today. But Alex, it's been a day of so much news, and sometimes it's quite difficult to get the analysis on everything that's been happening when it comes to the US and Iran negotiations. But before we get there, let's talk about Israel right now and its ground operations inside of Lebanon, because as we know, they have been extended inside of the country, especially in southern Lebanon. And the US has also extended temporary protected status for Lebanon until November. But what is Israel saying in regards to these latest attacks? What's Israel's justification right now?
So, to put it bluntly, I think Israel is finding itself in a situation in terms of South Lebanon. Ostensibly, what they have set out to do is to stop Hezbollah attacks on the north of Israel. So they've created this buffer zone. Now they've kept on pushing north. They put out an evacuation notice for Tyre, which is the largest city in South Lebanon with a sizable population. What they are struggling with is Hezbollah's tactics on the ground. Hezbollah is increasingly using drones which they have taken in terms of tactics and dynamics from other warfare areas, like, for example, Ukraine. They are struggling in terms of how to protect themselves against drone attacks. Hezbollah is adapting in terms of how it sees itself as the resistance in Lebanon. And Israeli politicians are increasingly saying, we need to strike them harder, deeper, and with more blows to make sure that they essentially, the government or the population forces Hezbollah to retreat and stop attacking the Israelis in South Lebanon, also as well in northern Israel. The challenge is obviously, where do we go from here? It feels like deja vu many times over, especially in Lebanon. Israel has gone into Lebanon dozens of times, in South Lebanon in particular. There is no clear outcome in terms of this. Iran is linking the ceasefire as well in Lebanon with the wider agreement. This is not what Netanyahu and the Israelis want. They want this to be separate. So basically we're at an impasse here. Nobody really knows what's going to happen going forward. There is a Lebanese government delegation going to Washington as part of their negotiations with the Israeli government, chaired by the US. But again, it just seems as if, there is no answer. It's very much a catch-22 situation.
And we talk about Iran and the US and negotiations that are ongoing at the moment. We know Israel's not at the table when it comes to those. And when Lebanon is involved, because we know Iran do want Lebanon to be part of this wider ceasefire deal. And Alex, I just want to get your take on this, because lots of people are saying that right now Israel is looking to gain more territory inside of Lebanon ahead of this agreement that could be signed between the US and Iran, so that they have more territory, so they actually have things to give up when it comes to the agreement, because they know the next ceasefire will possibly include Lebanon and will not give Israel the military carte blanche to do what they like.
Well, for the Israelis, it's very much about creating this buffer zone so that Hezbollah cannot hit the north of Israel. But as we've seen in terms of Hezbollah adopting new tactics, it is very hard to place a line on a map and say, look, this is where we are going to finish. This is where we're going to stop. The war is very much dynamic. Hezbollah has several thousand fighters, highly experienced, with different weapons types as well. They've got weapons caches across South Lebanon and also as well to the east of the country in the Bekaa Valley. I don't see, really any solution apart from a ceasefire followed by negotiations.
Well, we talk about a ceasefire. There is a ceasefire in Lebanon at the moment, despite what we're seeing. And I think that speaks volumes. But Lily, we get to Iran and the US. There's been a lot of talk about that today. We've heard from Iran. They said that they have a draft of the US Memorandum of Understanding, the deal. The White House has said this is not true. Iran says there's a low possibility of returning to war with the US. But do you think progress has actually been made towards an agreement, or do you think there's so much posturing out there that none of us actually really know?
Yeah, I think it's probably the latter. I mean, we saw the cabinet meeting today, literally within 24 hours of everything that, Alex has spoken about in Lebanon and Gaza, and to have in the same breath a conversation about a prolonged ceasefire, even a peace deal, seems a little bit outlandish. So it was interesting to have those two events go hand in hand, with Iran coming out and saying on their TV channels, hey, we are so close to a peace deal, and then Trump in the cabinetry saying that is not happening. They're taking a very hard and unified line that they are not going to be compromising on any agreements. The Strait of Hormuz is really their gem in the crown. They want it to be opened. They want it to be opened immediately, and they don't want to compromise on Iran's involvement in managing the Strait of Hormuz as well.
And This is where everything gets really difficult. When we get a framework, it's the finer details that people need to focus on. And when I had a look at that MOU today that Iran said it had, the White House obviously said that was not the truth. We saw that Iran said US forces would leave the area, but which area? And this raises all those different questions. And a lot of people are saying, how different is this agreement to the one that Barack Obama signed back in 2015? So, Alex, once again, we get conflicting points of view from both sides, and Pakistan is stuck in the middle, mediating.
Yeah, who would want to be a negotiator in this story? Look, kudos to the Pakistanis. It is not a job I would want to take up. But in terms of the agreement, Iran is obviously saying we are not going to discuss proxies. We're not going to discuss our ballistic missile program. We want to have reparations in terms of war damage. We also want sanctions lifted. We want our ports to be, the blockade on our ports to be lifted as well. And essentially as well, the big one is we don't want any American bases nearby. And pretty much that's Iraq, that's the shores of the Gulf. There's a lot of, there's a big American presence in the region, which has been there historically. So, where do we go from there, especially with the US and their own red lines? As I said, the Pakistanis have got a hell of a job to do.
And Lily, Donald Trump's been quite honest. He says, not there yet on an Iran deal. We're not satisfied with it. Iran is intent on a deal. Donald Trump has said this time and time again. Iran is intent on a deal. But lots of people would argue Iran has the upper hand here when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz and really the propaganda warfare.
Yes. Look, I think Iran is aware that they've got the upper hand, but again, it comes back to the language that's being used, especially in the last 24 hours. They have always said that there's not going to be a deal unless Lebanon is involved in that ceasefire as well. And so we've seen, like I said before, we've seen that Iran has had this horrible incident happen in the last 24 hours of bombings from Israel. So that's definitely going to come up with any deal that's being discussed. But yeah, I think, when we talk about Iran, they're now entering a stage where they're really hurting domestically, but then they have this bit of light where maybe the internet comes on and, so there's hope there. And so you kind of hope that this is a momentum towards, yes, a bit more of an agreement, but I don't think either side is prepared to compromise too much.
And when I speak to you, I feel like it's deja vu. We kind of go around in circles, but I'm sure one day we'll get to a spot where something is signed on the dotted line. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And we're going to the US, and we're going to be talking about Ken Paxton. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has won the Texas primary, setting the record for the most expensive campaign in US history. During the $128 million contest, he unseated Senator John Cornyn, who has held that position since 2003. Lily, absolutely fascinating result for Donald Trump. We're just talking about his foreign policy not going quite the way he wants, so this win at home is pretty important.
Yes, so I think this wasn't just a Republican win. This was, again, another message of him sending out to America, to any kind of party, that if you are not loyal to me and don't get my backing, then you're potentially not going to win. So yeah, it was interesting because Paxton, he's been around for 23 years, a Senate veteran. He's been in the Republican leadership establishment. He's deeply embedded in the Washington political scene, and yeah, unfortunately, he didn't win in this instance. But I think, fortunately for the Democrats, I mean, they feel like maybe they've selected the right person for them to go up against. He's quite weak in regards to independents being easily swayed for them. So yeah, I don't know. I think that it's another Trump. experiment, I guess, with how Republicans are voting. I think at this time in the party, traditionally, if you, what were they saying? It was if you are the party in case you're most likely to lose these votes. So, you know, this is interesting that the Republicans are winning them.
They're winning them, but I think maybe we have to put it into context. Right now, we saw Paxton beat Cornyn. They both are Republican nominees in a primary. The midterms are in November. And Paxton will now go up against the Democrat Tallarico, and he's had that win since March. So Tallarico's been shoring up the Dems base essentially already. So I think the Republicans are going to have a proper fight on their hand when it does come to the midterms in November, because the primaries are the primaries. But Alex, there's so much going on right now, because I think Donald Trump is also trying to focus a little bit domestically because these midterms are coming up. But we could actually see the closure of Alligator Alcatraz. This was, do you remember, we couldn't get enough of the story. It was everywhere. This was all about Trump's mass deportation tactics, sending people to the Everglades, but it's going to be potentially closing. And what exactly does this mean?
Well, you remember the scenes that we had when they had the visits. Kristi Noem went there when she was heading up the immigration department. And you had, you know, all of these, they call them sort of gang members, locked up, you know, hundreds of them in cages. It was always supposed to be a temporary facility. This is basically what Florida was saying. Having said that, if you look at Trump and his stance on immigration, it has been very, very strong. He's always said, I basically don't want any illegal immigration coming in. If you are here as an illegal, we will kick you out. And we've seen what that has meant in terms of ICE raids, especially in so-called sanctuary cities across the US. And we've had a lot of political tension there. We've had, you know, deaths of US citizens who have been protesting against ICE raids. And, you know, the allegation was, if you did not look sort of American, then ICE could literally stop you and say, you know, who are you? What are you doing here? So it became a very much a hot potato for Trump, which the Democrats pushed hard on. This is why Noem and others essentially left their posts. What is interesting, though, is, you know, even within immigration, you have the politics of Trump running through it. So if you look at immigration, asylum seekers, refugees, between October of last year, April this year, there were 4,499 refugees who were allowed into the US, and all but 3 of them were Afrikaners, so they were white South Africans, which is, I think, not your traditional notion or idea of what a refugee would entail or look like.
The white Afrikaans has always been an interesting conversation topic when it comes to Trump's immigration policy in the US. And lots of people do think that there's a link to Elon Musk, because obviously Elon Musk had a big influence in Trump's early days with the Doge, and they had a bit of a fallout, but they're back to being friends again. Of course, Elon Musk from Pretoria in South Africa, of a white Afrikaans background, and there seems to have been influence when it comes to that immigration policy, when it comes to Elon Musk. But yes, absolutely fascinating.
Well, we had, you know, the pictures of Ramaphosa when he was in the White House, South African president, basically being, you know, berated by Trump for his treatment of Afrikaners, of white South Africans. And Ramaphosa actually, he was very smart. Last time he went in, he brought a couple of white South Africans with him, including a couple of Trump's favourite people,
the
who
golfers,
are golfers.
of course.
Basically to push the point that, you know, it is not that bad living in South Africa as a white person. But again, you know, thinking back to Trump and his worldview and his perspective on basically a lot of places where refugees come from. We've seen the colourful language, or we've heard the colourful language he's used about places like Somalia, for example. He has a specific point of view, again, on what constitutes a refugee.
And I do think when we talk about ICE, You know, we saw what happened in Minneapolis. You remember there were deaths of US citizens due to ICE. Donald Trump has made this really big effort to rebrand ICE. It's now called NICE. They've slightly changed the name. And also, the war against drug cartels we heard so much about, you know, build the wall is what we heard in the first term, I apologize. But I wonder now, for me, when I look at the US, I think immigration isn't just a problem there, Lily. It's a global problem. You know, I have a look at what's happening in the UK when it comes to immigration. What's happening in a lot of European countries. This is really one of the main things voters are concerned about.
Yeah, and the political parties are using it to their advantage. You know, it's turning voters into different parties, and you know, you can see it in Australia, you can see it in the UK. At the moment, it's very topical, and there isn't necessarily, you know, a right way to deal with it. I think we can see with the use of ICE that it's been quite controversial. We were saying before, you know, a lot of videoed interactions with ICE have been quite controversial, and so there has to be, I guess, a re-look at why this is such an issue globally. You know, why can there not be one country that stands out as dealing with this in quite an interesting and unique way that's working, because it's just not working in a lot of countries.
And I think that is such a good point, because we've seen so many countries try so many different things, and none of it has been successful in many ways. And then we saw the US probably go more radical than any of the European countries we've seen, and that hasn't worked either. But it's a really interesting conversation to have, because I think immigration isn't just in the US the topic of it. It's definitely a global problem, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now we're going to move on. The UFC fighting cage is beginning to take shape on the White House lawn ahead of its big event next month. UFC Freedom 250 will take place on the 14th of June as part of the 250th anniversary celebrations of Americans' independence. It's not just, it's Donald Trump's birthday on that day too. So it's 80. Not all about the independent. Donald Trump will be 80 on that day. So this has been in the works for a while. We see the construction happening. You know, what can we expect? I think I'm going to rename Donald Trump Builder-in-Chief, not Commander-in-Chief, because he's always up to something. He's building something, renovating something.
I think we could call him Fighter-in-Chief.
Fighter-in-Chief? Oh, that's better.
UFC Fighter-in-Chief.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to get in the ring in some capacity. And it takes me back, actually, because this is not the first time that he's been involved in basically a mainstream sport. 2007, WrestleMania. There was a so-billed, Battle of the Billionaires. He wasn't fighting, but he did choose his fighter. His fighter won, and basically his reward was to shave the head of the loser. And as we know, President Trump is not a loser; he's always a winner. But with this, you know, it's very much a coup for UFC. The head of UFC, Dana White, is very close to President Trump. He supports him in terms of campaigning, in terms of fundraising. It's also very much a MAGA demographic. These are people who support President Trump. He's been to many UFC fights. I think what is obviously going to be unique is this is happening on the lawn of the White House.
That is unique because obviously Joe Rogan, a lot of people credit Joe Rogan for helping Donald Trump win the White House in the last time he ran. So back in 2024, he did that extended podcast with Joe Rogan, also with Theo Von. Of course, Joe Rogan is the announcer of UFC. Joe Rogan has himself come out on his podcast, which is the most watched in the world, and said, this is a gimmick. And security is a massive concern because it's on the south lawn of the White House. We know that Donald Trump has had more than one assassination attempt on his life. Now they're holding a big UFC event there. But Joe Rogan says, we're all going anyway. So this just shows you, right? It doesn't matter what anyone thinks, it's happening.
Well, I think he knows his audience, doesn't he, Trump? I mean, he loves a spectacle.
Yes.
And this is exactly what it is. It's a huge spectacle. in his arena, which is the White House, and he's doing what he loves best. But he is turning 80 as well, so I think it might go hand in hand with him kind of going, well, you know what, I am still culturally appropriate. I'm still like in the trends. I may be 80. We were saying before, this is almost like him having the 80-year-old midlife crisis. Like he's just. He's going to go out there. He wants to show that, yes, he's 80, but he's still very masculine. He's got stamina.
He's virile.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was, you know, craves dominance. Like he is very much that kind of personality. But we do have to look at it as well, because perhaps not everyone loved the approach in the White House of having a UFC fight on the lawn. But it could work strategically for him. You know, there's a huge audience and demographic that love the fighting, and so they're going to be targeting young male voters, anti-establishment voters, huge groups of online engaged communities. So there is, a little bit of strategy there as well.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about that. 18 to 39 is kind of the age group that watch UFC. And also, we're in the Middle East region here. Fighting like UFC and MMA have become absolutely massive in this region. Like, UFC is one of the most watched sports right now. So maybe Donald Trump's thinking, I'm turning 80, I want to look cool, but I also want to get the young votes in, like he did in the run-up when he did those podcasts. And everyone was like, Donald Trump's done a 2-hour podcast with Theo Von. It was just crazy.
Look, if I'm an 80-year-old and I'm attending UFC fights, you know, that would say a lot.
Cool grandfather.
I would be. That would say a lot about, you know, how I'm seen by the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously, you know, for him, it's the same thing. You know, he wants to be seen as the cool guy, the cool president, you know, unlike others who were there before him. I'd be very interested. Sleepy Joe. I'll be very interested to see if Melania's going to be there as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this. It's so weird. You read my mind. I was like, poor Melania. What does she think is going on?
She's only had his sleep that night.
Oh, no, how old is Melania? I don't know,
she's 50. No, she's 50 odd. Because we're going to talk about. I can actually have a look up on Google, but Melania's a lot younger. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But as we said, 80th birthday. He's had a medical done at Walter Reed Hospital, I think. According to Donald Trump, you know, he's in perfect health. He's the healthiest 80-year-old ever. You remember he had that doctor who said he could live to 200 because he had such great genetics. He's absolutely.
He's telling everyone about it. He has a medical test, even though it's not the annual medical test, any medical test he has, he will tell anyone that will listen he is in perfect health and perfect mental health. I think that it was interesting that he played that card with Biden about, you know, him not necessarily being in perfect health. So he has to ensure that he is really pushing that he is in physical and mental top health.
Well, it's interesting, right, because you always call Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, and there has been times Donald Trump's dozed off, and he's been caught, like, closing his eyes. He's 80. And also, he goes on social media quite late at night, Donald Trump.
Yeah, he mustn't sleep.
He mustn't sleep, and he reposts. You know, I know all of us like to scroll, but, you know, also, I don't know, some people have questioned his mental health because some of the social media stuff he sends out in the middle of the night, or is it just because he's 80 and he just doesn't care what he says? I'm not sure which one it is at the moment, Alex.
I think, look, you can always say he's got fat fingers. We've all got fat fingers, especially typing at night. But, you know, going back to the fight, I think it's very much about, you know, him positioning himself for that younger audience to say, look, I am the man. You know, I'm the fighter-in-chief. You know, look how strong I am. Look at what I'm doing, bringing this audience here to the White House for the very first time. And, you know, it benefits both him and also as well UFC. You know, could you imagine, like, having, as UFC or any game or sport, you know, a game, a competition on the lawns of the White House? It's incredible.
It's phenomenal. And like we said, they've built the claw, the octagon, 5,000 people are going to be able to go there. It's absolutely fascinating. But I must admit, Donald Trump, he always entertains No matter what we say, he is the entertainer, the fighter and chief and the entertainer. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, let's move on to another story. A five-star hotel in Italy has been cleared by the High Court after refusing to provide tap water to a tourist. The holidaymaker argued water was a natural resource and a universal human right after being offered a €7 bottle of a mineral water. What are your thoughts on this, Lily? Is tap water actually a human right?
Well, it actually is a human right. According to the United Nations, it is a human right. So from a humanitarian perspective, yes, they should be offering her free tap water. But I don't think this is what this is about. This is about, I guess, the culture of, you know, a kind of hospitality culture versus a consumer expectation. And so if we dive further into what is culturally appropriate in Italy when you want water, you know, it's probably part of sitting down and just having, you know, a bottled water presented to you and having it with ice and lemon, whereas in other countries, perhaps getting tap water is just something that happens for free and is less of a kind of ceremony in the eating experience, but more just okay, here's your water and sit down and drink it. So yeah, I don't know if I would though be happy to pay for a 5-star hotel in the Dolomites. I think they were looking at $600 a night for this specific hotel or thereabouts. And I think if I was paying that, I would expect to be able to access water, if it's tap water or if it's anything else. I mean, maybe have your San Pellegrino water and you pay for that. But if I wanted some affordable tap water, I should be able to get it.
I think I probably agree with that in many ways, because I do think drinking water and being able to go to the toilet is a human right. Yes. I don't know why I linked the two of those together. But really, I'm sure she has free water in her bedroom, let's hope, but possibly not in the restaurant. But as Lily said, Alex, this is a 5-star resort in the Dolomites in Italy. Nothing is really free there. So is she making a big fuss over nothing, basically?
Look, she's taken it all the way to the Supreme Court.
She's got a lot of free time, doesn't she?
So a lot of free time and also as well a lot of money, because this is not going to be cheap. It's going to be much more expensive than a €7 bottle of water.
It's the principle.
Well, look, you know, if you've got money, principles are easy to come by.
True.
But
that's true.
You know, it's a strange one because, you know, why would you press it? Okay, I get it's the principle, but this happened in 2019. Again, skiing is never a cheap activity.
True.
It was always going to be expensive, you know, in terms of where you go and what you do. Same in Italy as well. The Italians have, as you well know, they have their way of doing things, which is not going to be changed by any tourists coming in. And also as well, you know, like from a comms perspective, you know, for the hotel, this is a gold mine of PR for them.
Oh my God! Yes, exactly. I never thought of that, but this is actually great free publicity.
Well, I don't know it. I wouldn't go there. I don't want to have to pay for water. So you can sign out.
You know, maybe what
and
you
I'm
do.
a skier. I will go.
But maybe what you do if you know you arrive at a hotel just opposite, you'd say, you know, hang a sign outside.
Yeah,
put
free
a sign
water.
on the website saying, you know, we'll give you free water. We're not going to charge you €7 a bottle. But you know, it's a strange one because, you know, if you're going to go out to a restaurant as well, it's probably the expectation that you are going to be charged. For example, where we are. We have to pay for water. You know, it's a standard. And, you know, €7 is pretty much, you know, mid-range. You know, if you go to places like the UK, you know, you will be offered tap water, as is your legal right. But if there is no legal right there, which the Supreme Court has said there isn't, then, you know, can you fault the hotel for basically making money?
Well, there's no single European law requiring all member states to provide a free tap water on request. So that is apparently what it is. The EU Drinking Water Directive encourages restaurants to serve it, but does not impose a general obligation. So this case was brought in 2019, did you say? It's now 2026. It must have cost her more than €7 to have gone through years of this case and then to eventually lose it anyway. But it is principle, isn't it? But I think I would have gotten over it.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's a lot of water to pay for.
It's a lot of water to pay for. But once again, a really good story, because these pop up every now and again, and sometimes we feel entitled to our rights, which is okay.
She was thirsty.
Yeah, she was. She'd been skiing. Now, anyway, it's that time of the show where Lily and Alex have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Lily, tell us about yours. It's about an android monk.
Yes.
Some things I never think I'll say, in South Korea.
Yes, so there's a Buddhist temple in South Korea, and they have officially initiated a humanoid robot called Gabby. And Gabby is a monk, so they dressed it in traditional robes, giving it prayer beads, and a real birth date, which was when it was manufactured. And so why are they doing this? So unfortunately in South Korea, they are seeing a decline in Buddhism. So with only 16% of South Koreans identifying as Buddhists, and among those only 8% in their 20s, they're trying to encourage a younger generation of Buddhism. So what they've done is they've incorporated the robot, and as part of hip Buddhism, they are, attracting a new crowd of Buddhists.
I think this is a fabulous idea, Alex. We can see them on the TV right now. And I do think anything that encourages people back to what they believe in or inspires people religiously is a positive thing.
I just wonder how Gabby meditates.
They switch it off.
Yeah.
Just switch off.
Just plug Gabby in. Maybe that's
pull Gabby
meditation.
Out. Yeah. That's a whole different.
Yeah.
That's a whole different
I don't know
conversation.
If Gabby, but whether Gabby's found spirituality, like how does a robot find spirituality?
Just runs out of battery.
Okay. But I do love the way that technology is becoming more and more involved in society. I know a lot of people are quite nervous about it, but when I see things like this, there is a place for it in many respects. And I was thinking back to my early years in London. You remember there was all those funky churches around with all the rock bands, the Christian churches. Like religion try a lot of things to get the younger people back through the door, don't they?
Yeah, just to be like up with the culture and say, hey, we know what's going on and trendy. But yeah, I don't know if it works or not. I'd be interested to follow this and see if there's more South Koreans turning to Buddhism after the next year.
No, I would be really interested too. I think it's fascinating. Alex, yours is about one of my favourite members of Donald Trump's whole cabinet. That's RFK Jr. He's been at it again with his action man skills, this time with snakes. Why?
You could almost call this, you had snakes on a plane. This could be snakes on a health secretary. So he's in Florida. He's at the home of his colleague, Dr. Oz, as we know from Oprah Winfrey days, his Florida beach house. And there are a couple of snakes, black races, on the patio. And what does he do? He just picks them up, and he's waving them around. They obviously they're going for him because they're not very happy being waved around by a U.S. Health Secretary, obviously, and they give him a couple of nips. They are non-venomous, which is obviously good for him. His wife is basically saying, "What are you doing?" in the background, which I think she probably says quite a lot, to be fair to her, and. What else can I say? Even the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, say you should not be playing with snakes, which is pretty understandable advice. But he obviously doesn't take much in the way of health advice from other people. That's a given. And also as well, he's got a track record of doing strange things to animals. There was a story when he was in Congress being questioned about a raccoon and the raccoon's certain body part. There was, as we discussed before, the bear, the bear's head, which was being found in Central Park, which he dumped there. There were other things which he just picked up and he just put on the roof of his car. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, in terms of him and animals. It's a very strange mixture.
He definitely always seems to have this wild animal story. Yeah. The bear story, it's one of the most fascinating stories, all about Central Park, the fact that he dumped a bear cub in Central Park and people tried to solve that mystery for years, and apparently it was RFK Jr. He is an interesting character. Yeah. I'm quite glad he's got his top on, because a lot of the time we've seen him do push-ups without a top on. Yeah. He's been a controversial person when it comes to the White House, especially when it comes to health.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the video there, we're talking about Trump before being 80 and healthy and young. This looks like an 8-year-old boy, and he's playing with snakes, and he's just running around playing with different animals and doing all these things. I honestly, looking at him now, I can see a young boy just playing with snakes in his backyard. It's very odd.
Being told off by his mum.
Yeah. Or congratulated in this case.
In this case, his wife, yeah. But he's so interesting because obviously, he's talked about bringing peptides in. He's changed a lot of the health criteria in the US, get America healthy again.
Vaccines as well. Vaccines was the initial big story with him.
Been a huge story. I remember when he was elected into position, there was so much controversy over him, and he hasn't really disappointed when it comes to the wildness of RFK Jr. But those were black racist snakes, so we saw him bitten in that video, but they're actually not
venomous.
They're not.
No. But how would he know? I would always, as an Australian, I'm like, if someone tells me a snake's a certain type, I wouldn't never want to make a mistake, or them to make a mistake about that snake, because if you're wrong...
If you're wrong, then you're definitely wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a man about the animals, though. I think he knew.
Maybe he asked them before.
They were on so many peptides, they replied. But anyway, thank you so much to our guests, journalist and podcaster Lily Moffat and Alex Malouf, founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and Eid Mubarak.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to the programme. We take you straight to the latest in the efforts to broker peace and an end to the war in Iran. Well, today there were fresh positive signs of progress, with Tehran saying that it has received the latest US proposal, which includes provisions for US military forces to end their naval blockade and withdraw from the vicinity, which it's hoped will get traffic moving once again through the Strait of Hormuz. But the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is cautioning that an eventual peace deal would still take a few more days to finalise. Well, once agreed, a second phase of negotiations is then expected to focus on the most complex issues, in particular, Iran's nuclear ambitions. Well, the week began with what looked like a significant complication to the peace efforts as the US conducted what it called defensive strikes on Iranian targets close to the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Iran called the strikes a gross violation of the ceasefire. Well, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they reserved the right to retaliate, though they are also saying that a return to war with the United States does look unlikely. We can speak now to John W. Miller, who is a retired U.S. Navy Vice Admiral, who was the commander of the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. He joins us from Maryland. Admiral Miller, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You've had several important roles. I mentioned the Fifth Fleet. I gather you know the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf extremely well. Before we talk about the military side of things, I'd just like to sort of get your sense as to where we are with finding an end to this war. Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying today that a return to war with the United States is looking unlikely. Would you agree with that?
Tom, thanks for having me. I think the Iranians feel like a deal is relatively close, and part of it revolves around the statement that they made today, but part of it revolves around the fact that they're starting to open up the internet inside Iran for people to use. It's still very restricted, but it's better than it's been in the last several months. So it seems to me like the Iranians feel like they're close to a deal. We hear from the administration in the United States, we've heard it for several days now, that the administration feels like we're close to a deal. So we'll have to see how all this plays out. What is going to be very important in the future, whatever deal that we come to with the Iranians, is that we get an agreement where we can verify that the Iranians and the regime is going to do what it says it's going to do, because they don't have a great history in that regard.
I mean, the Iranians could say the same to the United States, and the ceasefire was violated only earlier on this week. You know, these defensive attacks that were carried out by the United States. Do you see that as complicating the peace effort?
Well, certainly the regime can complicate the peace effort, and let's understand why the United States conducted defensive strikes here the other day into Iran. We caught the Iranian Revolutionary Guard putting mines inside the Strait of Hormuz. And so for a country that says it's ready to give up the control of the strait and open up the strait to all traffic, this mining effort that we discovered them doing just about 36 hours ago really runs counter to that. And this is why we need good verification protocols with whatever agreement we have. Now, when we went out and sunk the boats that were trying to lay the mines in the Strait of Hormuz, they attacked the aircraft with surface-to-air missiles. And so as a measure of defense, the United States had to defend itself. So if there's a ceasefire violation in there somewhere, it's in the mining of the Strait of Hormuz that the regime just tried to conduct.
Iran has said subsequently that it reserves the right to retaliate. Do you see that as being likely? And if they were to retaliate, what would that mean for the peace process? And what could that trigger by way of response from the United States?
The ceasefire has really been fairly leaky so far, and that includes the ceasefire between the United States and Iran. If you look at add into the mix what's happening in Lebanon between Hezbollah and the Israelis, it's very leaky. But as long as both sides continue to agree that the ceasefire is generally in effect, which is the case, then we're able to move forward in the negotiations. I think the issue we have here is that even a small tactical action like taking out a couple of mine-laying craft inside the Strait of Hormuz can lead to a strategic consequence where one side or the other decides the ceasefire is no longer in effect. We're going to conduct some general strikes, whether they're quote-unquote retaliatory strikes on the part of the Iranians or retaliatory strikes on the part of the United States, doesn't really matter. So there's a lot of tension here, and the sooner we can move past the ceasefire to a more permanent negotiation, the better the opportunity to reduce the tension, to get the strait opened up, and to get things back to normal in the region.
Knowing the Strait of Hormuz as you do, and from a senior naval perspective, what is it about this stretch of waterway that's made it so difficult for the United States to force its reopening?
Well, the United States hasn't really tried to force the reopening. And Admiral Cooper, when he testified before our Congress here about 2 weeks ago, was asked specifically the question, could we force the strait open? And his answer to that was yes. But if you look at all of these international straits, so the Strait of Gibraltar, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the southern Red Sea, the Strait of Hormuz, the Malaccan Strait, we don't wake up in the morning and wonder if the Strait of Gibraltar is going to be open, because we know that Spain and Morocco are not going to do anything to try to close the strait. They're not going to try to charge a toll. What makes the Strait of Hormuz difficult is the Iranian regime. It's easier to close a very narrow body of water like the Strait of Hormuz if you own the landmass that the strait is adjoins. It's harder to force it open. The United States can force it open. Admiral Cooper said the United States can force it open. That's a difficult task. The Iranians keep it closed with small boats, with mine attacks, the occasional drone, the occasional anti-ship cruise missiles. So not terribly sophisticated, generally asymmetric weapons. But we can force it open if we have to. And I think what the president has tried to do is to get the strait open the way it should be, like all the international straits work in accordance with international law, without using additional force.
The fact that there's been a ceasefire in place for, well, since early April, that's like 7 weeks or so. What do you think that tells us? Can we read anything into that? For example, does it tell us that there isn't really much appetite for war on either side here?
I think it's a good indication that there's not much appetite for war, not only on the part of the United States and certainly on the part of the regime, but also there's not appetite in the region. And when you listen to what the Gulf partners have to say, the Gulf Arabs, they're not terribly interested in getting back into hostilities because they paid a pretty high price during the heyday of the war, if you will, when we were in open hostilities. The Iranians launched thousands of drones and missiles against the Gulf Arab countries, and they did that not just against targets where U.S. military forces were located. They did it into oil infrastructure, desalination plants, hotels, apartment buildings. And so I don't think there's an appetite anywhere for additional hostilities. But the president's made it very clear, if he can't get the deal that he needs to get, that includes the nuclear material, and it includes a free and open Strait of Hormuz, then we will go back to hostilities in order to solve the problem.
Clearly, the U.S. has got considerable resources in the region. In fact, we had a guest yesterday who said he'd never seen what he called an armada of ships assembled like this by the United States during his lifetime. Would that be your assessment as well of the sort of firepower that the United States has assembled there?
The U.S. has a tremendous amount of combat power in the region. In fact, when you look at it, there is more combat power available to the Admiral Cooper and to the president as he looks at his options than there was back at the end of February when the open conflict erupted. So I think that gives the president a lot of latitude in terms of what he's considering. But we have 2 carrier strike groups, 2 marine amphibious readiness groups that are available, as well as a great deal of Air Force air. Some of it's in the region. Some of it's a little bit outside the regions. Certainly our big wing bombers. These are our B-52s and our B-1s, which carry a tremendous amount of armament. So we have a lot of combat power in the region, as much as we've ever had, and more than we had back at the end of February.
Would you agree with the assessment that it was an unprecedented assembly of firepower, this armada that our guest described to us yesterday?
Well, I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, to be honest with you. We had that much firepower back in 2012 when we thought we were going to get into a conflict with Iran. We actually had more firepower than that during Operation Iraqi Freedom back in 2003. We had, at the end of the conflict, we had 5 carrier strike groups. We had 4 amphibious readiness groups. either in the region itself, in the Gulf, or in the North Arabian Sea and in the Eastern Mediterranean. So we've had more combat power previously, but it's certainly an impressive amount of combat power and adequate to do anything the president might order.
I mean, obviously, once a deal is struck, it's going to be vitally important that the Strait of Hormuz does remain open, that traffic is back to a normal level, because having it disrupted has affected economies of most countries in the world. Do you see the United States having to maintain some sort of a presence, some sort of a naval presence in the region going forwards?
I definitely think the United States will maintain a naval presence going forward in the region. There'll be a need for it because, prior to February 28th, the Iranians routinely are mischievous. They have malign behavior, as we like to describe it, in the strait itself. They'll periodically seize a ship under some sort of made-up reason that they find. And so going through the Strait of Hormuz, really, for my entire adult lifetime, has always had a degree of risk from the regime for the last 47 years. And that will certainly continue post-conflict. I'm very optimistic that not only will the United States be part of that maritime security effort, so will the Gulf Arab countries, the GCC, and so will our European and Asian allies, all of whom have an interest in a free and open Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, knowing the Strait of Hormuz as you do, and mentioning, as you just did, the sort of behavioral patterns we've seen, shall we say, from the leadership in Iran, were you surprised when the news was announced that the Strait of Hormuz was essentially shuttered?
I don't think anybody that spent any time planning a conflict with Iran would be surprised that the strait was closed by the Iranians, that they would attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz. We've always known that's a center of gravity for them. It's a very important geographic place, concerning world oil traffic, and they have the opportunity to have an impact there. What has been a disappointment to me, not a surprise, is the fact that they've had it closed as long as they've had it closed. And as you mentioned earlier, we've been in a ceasefire since April 8th. That ceasefire isn't peace. And so the oil industry, the shipping industry, hasn't had a chance to recover from the damage that was created during the course of the war and during the course of the strait closure. And they really can't start to try to get back to normal until there's a peace agreement, one way or the other, and there's confidence that the strait is open and that it's safe to transit. And so I am disappointed that it's taken us this long, that we've really allowed the Iranians during the course of this negotiation to control the strait for far longer than I think anyone would have anticipated pre-conflict.
So you're saying that was a mistake?
Well, yes, I think it was a mistake for us to give the Iranians the opportunity. When we went to the ceasefire, they had closed the Strait of Hormuz for all practical purposes. And getting into a ceasefire keeps the United States or anyone else from trying to open the Strait of Hormuz, other than through negotiation. These negotiations have now gone on. We're almost at the 2-month point, 7 weeks, as you mentioned. And that's a long time for 20% of the world's oil to be held hostage. So I think if we had to do that over again, we either wouldn't have gone to a ceasefire at all, or we would have demanded as a ceasefire condition that the strait actually be open, which the Iranians, the regime said they would open the strait, but did not.
You've told us that no one should control the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's Iran or the United States. All sea routes should be safe and secure. Do you see moving forward any changes in the norms governing free trade and safe passage?
Well, whether or not there's any changes really depends on how this ends up. And so at the end of this conflict, if the Strait of Hormuz is treated like every other international strait in the world, and in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, then no, I don't see any change happening, because the whole world benefits from the way our international straits operate. The Strait of Malacca between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean is the busiest seaway in the world, and about 60% of the world's trade either goes through the Strait of Malacca or in the vicinity of the Strait of Malacca. That's very important to the global economy. This is why it's so important that we get the right answer in the Strait of Hormuz, so that countries like Indonesia, which actually came up on the net about a month ago and said maybe we should charge tolls for the ships that transit through the Strait of Malacca, because Indonesia is one of the 4 countries that borders on that strait. So if we want to make sure that the global economy continues to function the way it did before the conflict, then the Strait of Hormuz has to be open. It also has implications for countries like China, who think and have stated repeatedly that the entire South China Sea belongs to China, and they should be able to regulate traffic through it. If we end up with that kind of a norm, then global trade as we knew it before the conflict will never be the same.
Just before we wrap up, Admiral Miller, I mean, I'd like to just get a sense of really just sort of going back to where we started this conversation, how you see a deal unfolding. Do you see it as being something along the lines of a cessation of hostilities, traffic starts moving through the Strait of Hormuz once again, and then the really difficult issues like Iran's nuclear ambitions, their missile program, their support for proxies, that all of that gets dealt with later on down the line? Is that roughly the time frame, sort of the sequence of events that you see before us?
Well, I think what we ought to expect, and this is in line with what the administration has been saying, is that immediately upon an agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be open and access will be unencumbered. No one will be interfered with as they try to transit the strait. That has to happen right away, and really that's a condition for the cessation of hostilities. What happens with the nuclear material that's in Iran, the 60% enriched, the 20% enriched nuclear material, all of which adds up to about 650 kilograms. That's quite a bit, is important to the agreement. But can we negotiate that over the next 30 to 60 days? I think that's probably the best way to do it. It doesn't need to come to the United States. It just needs to get out of Iran, along with an agreement that they'll not enrich nuclear material. They consistently say they want a nuclear program for energy and for medicinal purposes. That's 3.7% enriched uranium. They can get that from anywhere. They don't have to enrich it themselves. But that's something that can be dealt with in the 60 days or so following a ceasefire agreement. But the Strait of Hormuz has to be open immediately.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed. John Miller, retired U.S. Navy Vice Admiral and former commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, despite a ceasefire, Israel has intensified its operations in Lebanon. Well, the Israeli army has just issued an evacuation order for the southern Lebanese city of Tyre and the surrounding area. Well, during the course of Tuesday alone, at least 31 people are reported to have been killed in Israeli airstrikes on southern and eastern areas of Lebanon. Amongst the dead, at least 4 children. Well, at the start of the week, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to, quote, crush Hezbollah. We're joined now by Hagar Shamali, who is a former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council. She served under President Barack Obama and joins us from New York. Hagar, you're also, I understand, the co-founder of the Lebanon-Israel Peace Alliance, and I'd love to talk to you about that in just a moment, find out what that's all about. But first of all, I wanted to just get your overall view of the progress in the talks that are taking place, the indirect talks, I should say, between the United States and Iran. Where are we?
Sure. Well, it seems like a lot of whiplash, I'm sure, because over the weekend and even through today, it's been a lot of stop and go, a lot of promises publicly by President Trump that a deal was nearing. And the fact is that they're still at a 50-50, and this is what I keep hearing from my friends in Washington. They're still in this 50-50 place where things could go either way. But it's important to understand that the deal, or a deal, if you want to call it that, is really largely focused on the Strait of Hormuz and not something comprehensive at this stage. So they're not really moving forward on key elements, from what I understand, things like where the nuclear material is going to go. Is it going to leave Iran? Where are they on the ballistic missile program? What's going to happen in terms of Iran support for proxies across the region? There's a lot of misinformation about that, a lot of touch and go. The Pakistanis deliberately like to try and push out that things are moving in a positive direction. Even President Trump has also implied things are moving positively, but that's also because he's facing a lot of domestic pressure at home, given rising gas prices. And so the fact is that they're not really at a deal yet. The focus is largely on the Strait of Hormuz, because it would alleviate pressure here in the United States regarding gas prices, which would make things easier for Republicans as they head into the midterm elections in November. And on the Iranian side, too, they're hurting because of the blockade, where Iranian vessels are really not able to leave their ports. So both sides are hurting. They're largely focused on the Strait of Hormuz and reaching a deal on that specifically, and then working on the rest later.
Right, and some of that optimism that I was talking about just a moment ago, I mean, even the US Secretary of State on Monday said that a deal could be struck within the day, and here we are, and there's still no deal. But what you're saying is essentially that the focus at the moment is on getting the Strait of Hormuz open, then tackling the difficult stuff, these thorny issues like Iran's nuclear program, at a later stage. So essentially we'll be back to square one, perhaps, where we were pre-February 28th within the next few days.
Well, sorta, except that we've got like 50 Iranian leaders who are dead. So now I wouldn't really say square one because you have 50 assassinated leaders, you have a large chunk of their military and navy that is completely gone. So but for the Iranian goal, I mean, what I would say is that it's not going to be similar to the situation before the war. The fact is that the Iranian regime is vulnerable, and yet at the same time has found this new weapon through the Strait of Hormuz that is giving it leverage. And the Iranian regime, their one goal is to survive. And when I say survive, I don't just mean this bout in this summer. I mean for the next 2.5 years, so that they can wait Trump out. Their hope, after having survived 47 years and grown the way it has, and it has found different ways to maneuver itself so that it can survive attacks of this kind. Just like any terrorist organization, it adapts and evolves to its environment and finds different ways of terrorizing people and exerting pressure. Their number one goal is to survive and to maintain some handle over their nuclear program or nuclear material until they find themselves under a new U.S. president. I think that that's going to be very difficult, to be honest with you, because, again, their leadership is very fractured. They don't have a lot of their military. And so even if they have found these new ways of exerting pressure, and they have, I don't want to dismiss the pressure that they've exerted over the Strait, the fact that they launched a terrorist organization in Europe right after the war started, Haï, which has pursued, I think now 17 attacks in Europe. They are finding ways to exert pressure to terrorize individuals. But at the same time, it's not going to be back to square one. Still, both sides have these vulnerabilities, and each is trying to play on the other. So what I expect is to see almost a war of attrition minus, where you're going to see this stability go up and down for a while.
Okay, one thing Iran wants, at least they say they do, is for Lebanon to be included in an eventual peace deal. I was wondering whether you think that's something that looks likely.
No, thankfully the Iranians can go pound sand on that idea. And the fact is that everybody is saying that. Literally everybody. The United States that are leading these talks, the Lebanese themselves are telling the Iranians, we don't want you involved in this deal. We don't want to be part of your deal. Keep them separate. And I can tell you that you've had 3 rounds of talks so far, and it has been a very deliberate effort to keep Lebanon on a separate track from what's happening in Islamabad on the Iran talks. At the same time, I would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that the Lebanon-Israel peace talks are happening in the context of what goes on with Iran. So, of course, whatever deal comes through on Iran can have an effect, potentially, on the Lebanon-Israel peace talks. For example, if Iran finds itself with sanctions relief or some kind of newfound money, then that would be detrimental, because without a doubt, they would send some of it to Hezbollah. They've made it very clear that they think Hezbollah is an important part of their network. or it would at least embolden Hezbollah psychologically. And that's the last thing we need in the Lebanon-Israel peace talks, when you have Lebanon's leaders really trying to exert sovereignty here and repeatedly trying to say publicly that they don't want to be under the thumb of the Iranian regime, and that they now view Hezbollah as this foreign proxy in their land. So, you know, it's tenuous, it's difficult, but so far they've remained on separate tracks.
Why do you think it is that Israel's decided to expand its operations in Lebanon once again? I mean, a ceasefire is in place, isn't it?
Sort of. So a lot of us have started calling it a less fire because, as you noted, it's never really been a true ceasefire to begin with. There were ongoing attacks, by the way, both ways. I mean, Hezbollah is also continuing to lob missiles and quite lethal drones, actually, at Israeli soldiers as well. So it's continued to go both ways for weeks now. And now it has ramped up. It has intensified, as you mentioned, since Monday. And the reason for that is it's a couple things. One of them is that it's not looking like an Iran deal, or at least not a comprehensive Iran deal, is around the corner. And Trump has basically given a carte blanche to Bibi to let him do what he needs to weaken Hezbollah enough so that there is more space for a peace deal. The fact is that you have two sides now, and this has been remarkable, and I've been watching it myself, involved in it myself. You have two sides that agree that the problem is Hezbollah, but the Lebanese government and military does not have the capability to go, or really willingness to confront Hezbollah head on using force, Lebanese force, against Hezbollah. But you have this unique moment as well, where you've got two sides that genuinely want peace, that have committed to this path toward peace, and Hezbollah in the way. Hezbollah, and by the way, Speaker of the Parliament, Navi Berri, who is also doing in part Hezbollah's bidding. And so Hezbollah needs to be further weakened, and President Trump has said to Bibi Netanyahu, okay, well then you do what you need to do to weaken them so that we can pivot to peace. Okay, so essentially Israel is acting with the United States' tacit blessing there in Lebanon. And we've seen in this latest war, 3,185 people killed there in Lebanon, many Hezbollah, many not Hezbollah, including the 4 children who were killed yesterday. Do you think this is all going to affect the perception of the United States there in not just in Lebanon, but also across the region, that they are giving carte blanche to Israel, as you said, to do what they have to do, even if it means killing innocent women, children, and men? Well, it's a good question. The problem is that the fact that this is happening at all is because of Hezbollah. So if the focus is on the United States, it's a bit misplaced. And a lot of Lebanese know that, by the way. And I don't want to make it seem as though, I don't want to dismiss war. War is not something that anybody likes, certainly not the Lebanese. But the fact is that you have Hezbollah continuing to use Lebanon's land as a launch pad for war. And we know that. They're the ones that broke the ceasefire deal after it was extended a week ago. Literally, the ceasefire was extended, and 2 hours later, after the ceasefire was supposed to take place, they had launched drones against Israel. And then they gave them another 24 hours because they alleged that they didn't know when the ceasefire started, which is ridiculous. Everybody knows how to read a calendar. And yet again, they broke it. And I know that that's not how it appears in the media, but that is the fact. I mean, those of us following it very closely. Hezbollah is not interested in peace. They're interested in continuing to pursue war. And so what is supposed to happen? The other side is supposed to sit back and say, okay, we'll let you continue lobbing missiles at us and somehow we'll sign a peace deal. It's obvious to a lot of Lebanese that anger right now, the majority of the anger is toward Hezbollah, and it's probably against Israel as well. And I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to pretend that a majority of Lebanese love Israel right now. You don't need to love Israel to have peace, to be honest with you. That's not how peace deals work. It would be better, but it's not necessarily how they work. And that's where the focus is on. If they're angry at the U.S., it's possible, but right now they're looking toward the U.S. to help get to a peace deal. So they understand the war is not the fault of the United States. The U.S. is the only reason there are peace talks happening. They're in Washington deliberately because they don't want other countries involved that have other agendas. And they are grateful to that. And I see that from the Lebanese and the Lebanese involved in the negotiations over and over and over again. And now, of course, you don't, with any war and any peace effort, you do want the public. There is a public campaign here, of course. You don't want them not having faith in the process, not having faith in the United States. I don't see right now that that balance has been tipped. It is always a risk for sure, but this is not going to go the way of Gaza. And the numbers you just stated, by the way, highlight that. And so the hope is really more that they can figure out how to really degrade Hezbollah quickly enough, really target the drones that Hezbollah is using in particular, and pivot to peace very quickly. And that's why the U.S. and all the officials have said they don't see a reason why there can't be a peace deal imminently. I'm hopeful for it. I always say, if you work on these issues, you have to be optimistic. Otherwise we wouldn't get out of bed in the morning. But there's a reason why they're all saying that. And it's because they see the momentum there.
Sure, and I think, a lot of Lebanese people might agree with what you said, but there is also a lot of cynicism in Lebanon about what Israel's intentions are here. And when you look at what Israel is doing in the West Bank, for example, and you see that Israel is clearly aggressively playing an expansion game of its footprint, at least that's how it looks to many people in the world, and you look at this yellow line in Lebanon now, and you look at this buffer zone idea, extending it between 5 and 10 kilometers inside southern Lebanon. I mean, a lot of people wondering, what are Israel's intentions? I mean, are you suspicious of their intentions?
No, I'm not. I'm so glad you asked me this question, because this is something that's really not well understood. And I'm not saying I can understand why individuals might view things a certain way. I've had the fortune of working very closely for the majority of my career with the Lebanese and Israelis, including when I was in the U.S. government for 12 years, and including now as under the Lebanon-Israel Peace Alliance. And no, there is no territorial interest in Lebanon. In fact, Israel's leaders have repeated this over and over again, the leaders who matter. I understand that there are extremists, and we know them, Ben Gvir and Smotrich, and they go out and they say idiotic statements like, "Oh, well, we want to put settlements in Lebanon, and we want to expand to Lebanon too," and they don't represent the Israeli government policy. And I understand that's frustrating. It's actually very frustrating to me too. Those videos go viral in Lebanon, and it's unfortunate because literally at the same time, you have the Israeli defense minister, you have the prime minister himself, you have the Israeli ambassador in Washington repeating over and over again, we don't have territorial ambitions in Lebanon whatsoever. We need to make sure that the south of Lebanon is free and clear of Hezbollah, because they are hiding rockets and guns and missiles and tanks across the board. And the Lebanese army was not very good at disarming, as we know. And by the way, we warned the Lebanese over and over again, if you don't disarm properly, round 2 is going to happen. Round 2 meaning the escalation from round 1 was the escalation in 2024. And now we are here, right? And we kept telling them, if it's not free and clear, it's inevitable that it's going to happen again, because Hezbollah is going to do something stupid again. And sure enough, here we are. Israel is done. They don't want to do a war every other year. So they need to make sure that that area doesn't have there are tunnels that they're destroying. There are missiles and guns and so on being hidden in private property, which the Lebanese army was not able to access. And then the goal from there is to ensure that the Lebanese army is in a position that it's strengthened enough, it is funded well enough, that they can then take control of the south inch by inch. And then the deal on the border, and they've said this numerous times publicly as well, that they could solve the border in 5 minutes. And they could, by the way, and everybody knows it. So if they keep saying that they're going to solve the border in 5 minutes, then why would they have any interest in that land? And by the way, I would add that Israel has gone into Lebanon a number of times. And if they wanted the land, they would have taken it by now. Hezbollah, the fact that Hezbollah was the one that prevented them from doing that is a joke. That's why they were there in 2024 and they left in 2025. That's not part of the Israeli agenda, certainly not now. And I wish there's no amount I can say it and repeat it for the broader public to believe it. I understand they don't believe it. They just are going to have faith in the process and see the deal in the end and see the terms of withdrawal for Israel and watch it happen. But in the meantime, I understand it's difficult for them to believe it, but it's what I see and it's what I know.
Okay, I'm afraid we're out of time. I'm being told we're going to have to wrap it up there. But thank you very much indeed, Higar Shamali, former director for Syria and Lebanon, the National Security Council, and the co-founder of the Lebanon-Israel Peace Alliance. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Now, as Saudi Arabia pushes ahead with Vision 2030 and its goal to attract 150 million visitors per year, places like this at Qiddiya City have a major part to play by reshaping the kingdom's tourism and entertainment landscape. Today we are at Aquarabia, which is just opening its doors to the public. This is the largest water theme park in the region, featuring more than 20 rides, many of them world record breakers. Well, sitting alongside Six Flags Qiddiya City, which itself is home to 28 attractions and some of the most ambitious roller coasters ever built, these two sites combined are creating thousands of jobs. So what does it take to build a destination of this scale? And what does it say about where Saudi Arabia is headed? We're joined now by Brian McCammer, who is the president of the Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia theme parks. A very warm welcome to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brian, tell us first of all about Aquarabia. How did it come to be?
Well, this was one of the marquee attractions that was designed as part of the overall Qiddiya City destination. So dating back to probably 2018, the original concept for the park came about. The Aquarabia, the theming, the entire concept was homegrown. It's a fresh IP, brand new. You'll never find anything else in the world to match this theming that we have here. And so we took initial concept back in 2018, 2019, and took it through all the design phases, and here we are now, excited to be opening the park to the public.
And I mentioned Vision 2030 in my introduction, and I'm just wondering how you see Aquarabia fitting within that vision.
It's incredibly important part of it. It's the second major asset at the overall destination that's going to come online. Six Flags opened just a few months ago, and now the water park. They're very complementary of each other, I think, in the kingdom and at Qiddiya. A first water theme park in the region in the kingdom of this caliber, and it's just going to play an important role as the rest of the destinations and assets open in Qiddiya in the coming years.
Brian, what do you think these parks, Aquarabia and Six Flags, tell us about the general direction that Saudi Arabia is heading in?
Well, I think it's no hidden secret that everyone in the world loves to have fun. They like to visit theme parks, water parks. It's exciting now to have parks of this caliber in the kingdom here in Riyadh for the locals to visit. No longer do they need to travel to the outer regions and Europe and Asia, North America, et cetera, to visit. And this is also going to be a catalyst to drive tourism to Riyadh and to the kingdom.
How do you think Aquarabia compares to other offerings regionally, internationally? What do you think makes Aquarabia stand out?
It's really an unbelievable water park. I've been in the industry a long time, and I've never seen a water park of this caliber. The uniqueness of the rides, the location as we sit at the base of the Tuwaiq mountain range, 200-meter cliffs, the center of the park, Camel Rock, with a fine dining restaurant at the top of the mountain, multiple slides integrated into the mountain, it's just the whole setting, the theming, hearing the waves in the middle of Riyadh, in the middle of Saudi Arabia. It just transports you to another place.
Right, you're talking about Camel Rock, which for our viewers is up there, just over there. And what have we got over here? What's this?
So this is our wave pool, and you can see the foxes carved into the rocks. Throughout the park, we've got homage to the indigenous animals in the region, and basically they came to Arabia as a wellness spring. And so you'll see carvings throughout the park, and we use that to also identify various zones around the park. But this is probably one of the most popular attractions in the park, where you can basically float around, and it's good for all ages and just very popular.
I was going to say, who's the ideal customer here?
All of the above. Toddlers, we've got areas of the park designed for the younger kids, the tweens, the thrill attractions, those that just want to relax. We've got 81 amazing cabanas in the park that I've never seen. They're more similar to a hotel room that you can book during the day, and you can see them behind us around the pool. So you can basically, depending on the age of your family, you can get a cabana in whatever section of the park that fits your kids' needs, and camp for the whole day. So.
And are you mostly going to be, do you expect to be mostly welcoming Saudi nationals, international visitors? What are you thinking?
So in the beginning, we're predominantly local market and Saudi-based visitation. Certainly then GCC, but the caliber of this park, the quality, the attractions at both the Six Flags and Arabia, they're of an international standard, and we're already seeing a lot of interest in overseas markets to come and visit the both parks.
Tell us about pricing. What's it going to cost for an adult to come in here?
Sure. So depending on times of the year, we'll have demand-based pricing. Currently, we have 350 SAR for an adult ticket. On a peak day, 325 SAR on a weekday.
Around the $100 US mark?
Yes. And then children are a flat 200 SAR year-round. But I would say the big advantage would be we do family bundles, right? So for 1,000 SAR, you can get 5 tickets for your family, which is big in Saudi Arabia. There's a large population that has a lot of extended family, as well as annual passes, which will allow you to come year-round.
So that answers my next question, year-round. I was going to ask you what you're going to do during the hot summer months. I mean, does that change anything as far as your opening plans are concerned?
So both parks have a lot of designs into the park to manage the temperatures. A lot of shading around the park if it's during the daytime. But as we move into the stronger summers, we can shift the operating hours later in the afternoon into the evening. The park is designed to operate at nighttime, and actually it's probably more beautiful even at night with all the lighting. And so it's going to be designed to operate year-round, daytime, evening, based on the climate or the customer's preference.
This is an arid country, and we're quite far from the sea, and you've built a water theme park. I'm imagining there have been some challenges along the way. Just tell us a bit about them.
I think the biggest challenge would be the location was kind of a brownfield, as we called it. And so all of the infrastructure, roads, utilities, accommodations, staff housing, all had to be brought to the site. So that takes a lot of several years to put that in place. Once that's in place, now the additional assets that you can see coming online behind us have kind of paves the way for the future development and assets in the coming years.
When the project's success is discussed, how will you define success? What will success look like to you?
So I think when guests come to the park, I want to hear from the customer. I want to hear the feedback as a family. And the feedback I've received from many Saudis, when they come to the park, they felt they've been transported to another country. They never thought they would see something of this caliber, of this scale in Riyadh or in the kingdom. To me, that's the first accomplishment, right? We've built something that is amazing. It's going to be world-class operating standards, and that's going to be great, not just for our local market from a visitation, but it'll be enough to draw from a worldwide audience to come.
Okay. I mean, this is a business show. I'd like to talk about a couple of numbers with you, if that's all right. What sort of opportunities has this park, Arabia, created in terms of job opportunities in the area?
Well, I would say, between Six Flags and Arabia, we have over 2,000 employees. We have a heavy desire to employ Saudi nationals as a key priority for the project, and I'm happy to say that we're probably approximately 45% of our workforce is Saudi national. This is a new career opportunity And we've tried to explain and show that just like in Orlando or in other parts of the world, this can be a long-term career. You can start out, as I did, at an entry-level position in food and beverage or aquatics, and through time and advancing yourself and your skills, you'll be able to make a lifelong career of this. And that's really our goal for all the assets within Qiddiya, is to show that this is a great growth opportunity from an employment perspective.
Okay, from a sustainability point of view, I mean, obviously managing water use and energy, presumably that's a key part of what you're focused on. How are you doing those things?
A lot of that goes into the initial design, the engineering of the parks. Many parks are decades old, 50 years, 70 years old, so they've got kind of legacy systems. Here we were able to design these parks with a lot of the modern technologies and monitoring systems. For example, BMS management systems that we can control, water temperatures, air conditioning, utilizing underground holding tanks so you don't have a massive water evaporation. So there's all of those planning that went into place in the initial design of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I thought evaporation would be a really big issue with the sorts of temperatures that can be reached. I mean, is that going to be a major challenge?
It's something that you can't avoid. However, I think we've put the best mitigation plans as possible, into the initial design of the park.
We talked about how there are a lot of standout rides, standout elements to Aquarabia. How are you going to make sure that you maintain those standout elements and stay ahead?
As any park, when we open, every attraction is new to the park, to the visitors, and we take surveys, and we want to hear from our customers on a daily, weekly, ongoing basis. And we will, as we move into, say, year 2 or year 3 of operation, understand where we may have missed on the design. Do we need more attractions for thrill seekers or the toddlers or family attractions? And then that's what evolves into our planning, our capital investment, our capital projects on what we want to add or enhance in the park. Sometimes it's rides, sometimes it's things like toilets, prayer rooms, restaurants, retail. So that's something that we monitor ongoing as the park evolves.
All right, always looking to improve and evolve. A couple of partnerships. You've got a partnership, I gather, with Saudia. I mean, how important are partnerships in driving perhaps the international visitor numbers?
I think people like to have brand association. I think what I was very impressed with Qiddiya and the entire Vision 2030 is the collaboration and the willingness for corporations and companies within the kingdom in Riyadh to partner with us and support us. It's more of a collaboration. It's really a partnership. It's not a sponsorship term. It's a partnership, and it's been great to have some of the larger companies and organizations in the kingdom to come on board and partner with us.
Okay, and just lastly, obviously you're new, and lots of elements about it are going to be the novelty factor of Aquarabia. How are you going to keep the visitors coming back?
Well, we have the luxury of, we're the first 2 assets with Six Flags and Aquarabia. However, our Sir Nick Faldo golf course will be opening later this year. We have hotels coming online next year. Every 6 months, 9 months, year, there's going to be a new amazing asset opening at Qiddiya City, and that will, in my opinion, keep us, on a upward trajectory for the coming years, if not decades.
Well, it is just the beginning. It sounds like it's going to keep getting better and better. That's all we have time for. Many thanks indeed, Brian Makema, the president of Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia Water Theme Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal on Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. The largest city and the capital of Finland, Helsinki. The city is conveniently located between Tallinn, Stockholm, and St. Petersburg, and on the north coast of the Gulf of Finland. It has slowly become the country's hub for business, research, education, culture, and government. Helsinki boasts of a vibrant seaside city, coupled with greenery, parks, and open spaces. There are also fine architecture and more than 300 islands interconnected by a maze of bridges. The city is in fact considered an ideal summertime retreat and great for weekend getaways. Here's why. First, there's a buzzing street of Aleksanterin Katu. It is considered the central commercial street of Helsinki, lined with cafes, shops, restaurants, and of course, the Stockmann department store. All these convenient in one spot, Aleksanterin Katu Street has become known as one of the famous shopping streets in the city. For fresh produce and great souvenir buys, head to the market square. It is one of the famous tourist attractions in the city and a well-known market destination too. It's an open-air marketplace with fresh local produce and craftsman souvenirs. Now, for a dose of Helsinki's culture, visit the Athenaeum Art Museum. It is also known as the National Museum of Art and is home to the most loved classic works of Finnish art. In fact, it houses the most extensive fine art collections in the country with more than 20,000 works on display. You'll see a mix of paintings, graphic art, drawings, and sculptures that date back up to the 17th to the 19th centuries. The city is also known for its church and chapels. These are considered architectural sites in Finland. One example is the Temppeli Aukio Church, built in 1969, which is the most known architectural masterpiece in the country. Meanwhile, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy one of Helsinki's many beaches. The most popular beach in the city is the Hietaniemi. Enjoy the sun, the calm waters, and the open space for lounging, playing volleyball, or simply enjoying the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello, and you're watching this special episode of Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Well, one of the things that so many of the speakers and delegates have been telling us as we've been mingling amongst people here at the CEO Forum is that one of the special things about this conference is that it presents a unique opportunity for CEOs and investors to really come together with government officials. There's a real encouragement to network and for there to be a lot of mutual beneficial discussion. One of the ways they do that is through the Invest In sessions. They're not just incubators for ideas, they directly bring CEOs and investors together with government officials to see what business can be done here on the continent. And one of the countries that is making good use of those sessions is Benin. So I'm very pleased to welcome Eric Akute, the Managing Director of APIEX Benin. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Madam.
How valuable is an opportunity like the Invest In sessions at the Africa CEO Forum for a country like Benin looking for more growth and investment?
For us, it's very important because, you know, Africa CEO Forum, we come here for three reasons. First, as government, we get opportunity to present our countries, to promote our countries. We get also opportunity for our CEO that we bring here to be connected to other businesses and also to learn about those who come also here. And it gives unique opportunities to find some solutions as well. Because, for example, today, you know, we are targeting to set up some direct flight from Cotonou to Lagos, for example, and to discuss with Rwanda also, because Rwanda used to connect to Cotonou, but they suspended. Yesterday, we get an opportunity to meet them and to discuss. So we also get the opportunity to see some CEO and to discuss with concrete and to see how we can find some concrete solution. So that's why it is very important to us to come here.
It sounds incredibly important.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much you're able to say, but do you anticipate seeing more direct flights coming into the country after these discussions?
At least we start discussion. There is a mutual interest for both parties because we also have some domestic flights. We have some domestic flights, so we bring our CEO for our domestic flight for meeting CEO of Rwanda and CEO of other flight company. So at least we start discussing and we will see what will come as. You know, there is nothing can replace physical meeting. You can send an email to somebody. If he don't know you, he will not reply. So first connection, first physical connection, create opportunities for discussion, for further discussion, and then after that, you know, it belongs to us to continue.
There's been a lot of talk here at the Africa CEO Forum about not just investment opportunity, but the right kind of investment opportunity, the right kind of investment structure. We heard in the opening session Rwandan President Paul Kagame saying the days of companies coming in and exploiting African wealth is over. It needs to be mutually beneficial.
Exactly.
So what kind of investment is Benin looking for and in what kind of sectors?
You know, Benin is an agricultural sector, but now we have, since 2016, we start transforming our raw material. We are the most larger producer of cotton. We produce a lot of soya, cashew. So we start transforming. Maybe you may hear about our special economic zone, Global Industrial Zone, which has been classified in 2025 as the first African special economic zone and the seventh in the world. So now everybody knows that there is no development without transforming. So we want to transform. And when we come here and to say to industry, please come in Africa. We have resources, we have young people, we have stabilities. Please come to Africa and invest. Invest with us. We will be there to support you. We will be there to facilitate business to you. We are creating a lot of reform to facilitate the business environment, but sometimes no one is aware about. So when we come here, we get opportunity to talk to people and to say to them, yes, you know, you may not know. Maybe, for example, every investment is free of taxes, but no one knows. You see, If you invest in Benin, you may have 5 years to 70 years of corporate tax free. No one knows this. So we come here to meet people, to promote our country, and to say to them, we want to transform, we want to set up industry, we are create some industrial zone for you. Please come and sit down, and we and then invest, we will support you.
Are there any particular sectors that you're looking to harness in particular?
Textile, mining. We have the best mining granite in Africa. Grey granite, black granite. We want people to come in Benin and explore and transform. We are setting up some factory for cotton, cashew, soya. We also are implementing one special economic zone inside our port that we call Africa Logistics Zone, dedicated to last miles, assembling, creating value, logistic, pharma, medical, etc. So we want people to, we have a lot of opportunity, for example, real estate. We want a lot of, because, Benin, every year, Benin, we have a big tourism and cultural event that we call Vaudon Days, and more than 500,000 people come in Benin every year. So we need some hotel, we need some accommodation, we need a lot of hotel for that opportunities. So we have opportunities. So we bring opportunities here to say to investor, please come to Benin and invest.
And are you looking for investment from other African countries, or regionally, or broadly globally?
We come to know that the first investor in Benin is African, and to facilitate movement and connection between Beninese people and African people, we remove visa from every African people. Every African can come in Benin free of visa. This is the first action for coming, seeing, and look at the environment, and look at searching for opportunities. So yes, we are looking for African, because it is easy for those who are already in the continent to invest in the continent. So our first investor is African. Of course, we are open for any investor in the world.
It's interesting that you say that there is a large focus on African investment, because that really speaks to one of the pillars of this year's forum, which is shared ownership. African countries investing in each other.
Exactly.
Share the risk, share the reward for continental success.
Prosperity.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Totally agree. Totally agree. We agree with that because, we have been signing some MOU with other agencies. Yesterday we signed with RDB. In January we signed with Ivory Coast. We signed with Nigeria. This is concrete action for integration, for mutual effort, for synergy. So we start working together for making co-investment and to see how we can support each other. So yes, we already started this.
Is there a tension or a difficult situation to balance pursuing domestic investment and domestic growth in Benin and supporting that idea of investing in other countries in the continent as well? How do you balance the domestic focus with the continental focus?
We share the same physical area. We are together. Benin is growing, Ivory Coast is growing. Sometimes we share markets. We have some regional market. For example, ECOWAS, Benin is part of ECOWAS, which is 300,000 people, 200 million of people. So we support. We sell goods to Nigeria. Nigeria also sell goods to Benin. So it's a global market. So it is a collective action. With collective action, then everybody will grow collectively.
Mutual prosperity.
Mutual prosperity, exactly.
You talk about growth. Benin's economic growth has been very robust. According to World Bank figures, GDP growth reached 8% in the first three quarters of 2025, up from 7.5 the year before. That's largely driven by services, port activity and industry. Where do you see future growth for Benin coming from?
Transformation, culture, tourism. We are targeting to make tourism being the second contributor of our GDP. That's why we are investing massively in tourism. We are creating some hotels, some museum, so that people can come and visit. Yes.
There is a difficulty, though. There is a large proportion of employment in Benin that is informal, in the informal sector. How do you deal with that and turn the challenge into an opportunity?
You know, we have been fighting for that for many years now, and we are getting positive outcome. How we do that? You know, Benin, every investment is taxes, but before get benefit of this, we have to be formalized. So government put on the table incentive of company creation. So if you create a company, if you invest, then you will benefit all the legal framework of investment. And if you stay informal, you will not benefit anything. You will not get corporate tax free. You will not get tax exemption. So we encourage people to create company, to be formalized, so that they can benefit all the legal framework that we have been setting up for investment. And it works, because since 2016, we have been creating more than 50,000 companies per year.
50,000 companies per year?
Company per year in Benin. You see? So it works.
Is it that people need to be educated as to what the benefits are, or is it a generational shift? Are young people more likely?
It is both. It's a generational shift, because young people now want to be entrepreneur. But also we are making a lot of communication toward those who have already company, because you may have your company, but if you invest when you have already a company, then you will benefit it. So it's not only for new company, it's for anyone who is formalized. You see, new company as well as those who is who already have their company but are investing.
And just finally, we're talking about young population across Africa. It is such a huge percentage of the population. What do you think the aspirations are for the youth in Benin, and do you see the large young population being a challenge or being an opportunity for the country?
It's an opportunity. It's a challenge, but also an opportunity. Challenge because you have to give some jobs to everybody. But it's an opportunity because they are young, they are well educated, and they have energy for working. So it's both.
Well, maybe we'll be doing a tourism story on Benin, hopefully in not too long.
You are more than welcome. Every African people, everybody in the world have to come in Benin, because we have a good history, good culture, and now we become more and more, aware of the fact that our history, our past, have to be an opportunity for us.
Well, it will be very interesting to see how that progresses in the future. It's been a real pleasure to have you on with Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. Erika Kute, thanks for being here.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And let me get the opportunity to invite everybody, every African people. I want to say it again that every African people can come free of visa in Benin. And it is easy to come in Benin. The visa is online. Everybody can get their visa online. Even though you get to the airport without your visa, before you get to the plane, you can have your visa. So we invite everybody to come to visit Benin.
Maybe next time we chat, we'll be in Benin.
Thank you very much. I will be there to welcome you.
It's been a pleasure to have you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Well, one of the themes of this year's forum is scale or fail, but many governments and companies in countries facing economic, climate and political challenges can't do that alone. So I'm pleased to welcome the Vice President of the World Bank for the Middle East, North Africa, Afghanistan and Pakistan, Mr. Osman Dion. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Scale or fail? We heard in the opening session so much discussion that scale is no longer an option, it's the first line of defence. That speaks to the belief that Africa, if it's going to compete globally, it needs to reach the necessary scale and avoid some of these physical and regulatory barriers. Does the World Bank share that view that there needs to be greater continental cooperation? And what does it mean for the work that you do in the northern part of Africa and maybe across the broader region?
Absolutely. And not only the World Bank is 100% in favor, in support, and in buy-in of that scaling up. But we do believe the time has come for Africa to really embrace this agenda of scaling. Why it is important? Because the time we used to talk about potential is over. It is now the time of really translating the opportunities the continent have into concrete impact, concrete outcomes, which can really drive forward the development agenda of the continent. That is why scaling is absolutely crucial. But scaling cannot be done without making sure that there is an enabling environment. Scaling cannot be done without making sure there are some foundational which are in place. And scaling cannot be done working alone. So there are a set of parameters which currently, looking at the size of the continent, we can see so many of them happening, but which need to be much better structured, much better articulated and organized in order to happen at the level of scale, which all of us want to see going forward.
What are some specific challenges that you perhaps face in the World Bank, that the partnerships that you have face with regards to that collaboration?
There are some which I do believe are important really to address. Some are physical. Just how to make sure that currently the investment with respect to providing an opportunity for a groundbreaking infrastructure to be in place. Because that will be the starting point to be able to attract investment at scale. And those start sometimes with basic infrastructure, like energy, like water supply, like telecom, like roads, etc. and so. Where instead of having a private sector trying to invest on those areas, they found it already in place. That is part of the enabling environment. That is physical. And there is an additional part of it, which is currently regulatory, which is how to ensure there are a level playing field, how to make sure that laws, how to make sure that regulation are in place and provide an opportunity where businesses will feel comfortable to come. And then you have another part of the challenges which are currently related to what I would say, the human capital. How to ensure that the skills are in place. How to make sure that currently, when there is demand, there is supply. So those are some of challenges which we do believe might be taken forward by government, and where the support of multilateral institutions like the World Bank and others can also be part of that compact on working together to ensure that the scaling up is really a reality.
And what sort of programs do you have in place, or perhaps you're anticipating specifically that you think will address some of those issues?
There are already programs which are in place. You take, for example, Mission 300, which is related to how to get access to electricity to 300 million Africans.
It's a big, big task.
It's a big task, but if you look at the number of Africans without access to electricity, we're talking more than 600 million people. A country like Ethiopia alone, which is the second most populous country in the continent, is currently half of its population have only access to electricity. We have 60 million people who need access to electricity. So Mission 300 is not just about having access to electricity, but it is about also productive electricity. How that is going to be used in order to be a factor of productivity and fueling currently an economy going forward. Take, for example, AgriConnect. We do know within the continent, Africa has huge arable lands. Africa has water. The problem of Africa is not water, it is water resources management. And how to currently combine arable land with water and with technologies in order currently to increase productivity and not only to address food and security, but currently to be able to produce more for export, but in doing so for agro-processing going forward. So AgriConnect is another initiative which the bank working with Africa has put in place on addressing the issue from from agriculture productivity to agriculture processing, and in doing so, that value chain, how it can create jobs for people, jobs for stability, but also for enabling to fuel a much more integrated economy going forward. And I just wanted to pick up those because from electricity to AgriConnect, from food, from energy security to food security, you can see how that also could be part of stabilizing factor across a continent like Africa, which is one of the youngest in the world as we speak today.
There has, though, been some criticism about Mission 300, that a project on that scale should focus on industrial infrastructure rather than household connections. What do you say to that sort of critique?
I think it might be a misunderstanding in the sense that you cannot go at a scale of industrialization when yet you don't have access, to basic population in the continent. The two are not exclusive. As the contrary, I think this is where Africa cannot, to some point, ensure that there is industrialization without making sure that its population have access to electricity. Both have to go together. This is where the enabling environment, in order to make sure that there are investment at scale, there are reform in place to provide the opportunity for industries to settle in the continent, having access to electricity, to energy, but also making sure that the working conditions, the living conditions of the population improved, are both connected.
The latest World Bank MENAP economic update, and when I say MENAP, Middle East, North Africa, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the region that you cover, the latest economic update shows what it says the worrying effect of the Iran war across the broader country. Excluding Iran, it found overall growth in the region is expected to slow from 4% in 2025 to 1.8% in 2026. How concerning is that, and how does that change the way the World Bank approaches the programs in your region?
We're living difficult times for the region. And indeed, from what is happening, we do see a slowdown, a real slowdown on the economic prospect of the region. This is because the conflict is having a toll, not only on people, but also on the economy itself. And from that perspective, we do believe from the World Bank that supporting countries in the region to develop further resilience to those shocks is extremely important. It is one thing absorbing the shocks. It is even better when you build resilience on the way you will be able to move forward.
Can you talk me through some of those resilience building measures or projects?
Exactly. What are we doing to that extent? First and foremost is currently to support countries to address the immediate issue related to liquidity. And in doing so, to allow them to be able, through the existing portfolio of projects being supported in a number of countries across the region, to be able to access up to 10% of the current portfolio. Second, which is equally important, is how to help them going forward to build buffers, which is going to be extremely critical in enabling them to look at the pipeline of projects and to repurpose them going forward. And third, and this is where the resilience becomes fundamentally important, is we cannot only focus on the immediate term without thinking about what the medium and the long term will look like. And this is where now the resilience will look like to how, for example, to build back better. How to ensure that currently resilience of infrastructure, take for example water desalination across the region, which is an absolute critical factor. 100 million people in MENAP region depend on water desalination. Yet in terms of how resilient they are, that resilience is built on redundancies. The time has come to start rethinking about what resilience would look like. Do we have enough storage? Do we have enough backup? And how those backup are currently being structured, so that we can mitigate not only the risk of the vulnerabilities associated with whatever will be the hazard, whether it is man-made conflict or whether it is natural. But at the same time, how to make sure that we can continue to sophisticate them going forward. All those are some of those resilience which currently we are working with countries across the region, those who need financing, but also those who need knowledge in order to be able to advance the needed technology to build that resilience.
Another part of resilience, I suppose, is job creation.
Absolutely.
The region has one of the highest unemployment rates amongst young people and the lowest female participation in the workforce. How does the bank tackle that significant challenge and turn it into an opportunity?
It is a fantastic opportunity, but which can be also a liability if it is not being addressed. But in 25 years, we're going to have 220 million people joining the job market in MENAP region. That is 40% increase.
Wow.
It is a fantastic opportunity, but it is also a liability if it is not being addressed. This is why looking at what would be the drivers for job creation in MENAP region, but also across the world, this is a worldwide issue, become fundamentally crucial for us. And we do see ways through which currently addressing this job is absolutely crucial. First is what are the foundational aspects which can currently drive what would be the core of job creation. And by referring to the foundational, I mean what are the physical to be put in place? What is the human capital? How it has to be developed in terms of skills, for example. But we also do refer at what are critical sectors, which currently can be engines of growth, but also vehicles for job creation. And here, from the perspective of the bank, the thinking have been going through looking at critical sectors which currently can participate, can contribute to not only fueling the economy, ensuring growth, but at the same time creating jobs.
And
five of them.
Yeah, what do you identify as those?
Five of them. 5 of them, to be clear. First and foremost is we believe that infrastructure is absolutely critical. And with infrastructure, you will be able to have a multiplier effect on the economies. Agriculture. If you take the MENAP region today, 3 workers out of 10 come from the agriculture sector. But it is just not agriculture in terms of farming, but it is also in terms of agribusiness. It is also in terms of value chain. It is also in terms of agro-processing, basically from the farm to the table, and how the whole chain in terms of processing, in terms of packaging, can be source of job creation, but could also contribute to economic growth. Take tourism and the potential for MENAP region. And the interesting things about tourism is that it is one of those sectors where the majority of the labor force are young people, men and women. Isn't this a fantastic opportunity when you combine it with infrastructure, the hotel, when you combine it with the skills, when you combine it with the diversification, and the way it will be able to really create massive jobs. Take healthcare. We are in a region where at the same time we have a huge bulk of young population, but also an aging population. This provides a fantastic opportunity going back to how healthcare can be also an engine of job creation across the region. And then value-added manufacturing. We have this youth which is technology-oriented, who have this possibility of acquiring skills. We have a huge market where the possibility currently of developing really value-added manufacturing can contribute greatly to job creation. Of course, in doing so, you need to look at also the picture of how to structure this. This is where private sector role is fundamentally important. This is where small and medium enterprises, who are also part of the backbone of real job creation, are going to be absolutely crucial. And that brings me to what I was referring earlier on the fundamentals. This is also where reforms are going to be absolutely crucial, so that there is a level playing field for the private sector, so that small and medium enterprises can also find ways of competing and having the support needed in order to be able really to be the backbone of the growth agenda of the region, but at the same time the job creation which is much needed.
So I would love to continue to pick your brains on these areas. Your expertise is so valuable to us, but I know that you have a very tight agenda here at the Africa CEO Forum. You're a speaker at a session upcoming, so I'll leave our interview there. But I really appreciate your time. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me once again.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amid vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was grave terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the North fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
It was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this. It's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. On air base, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skill amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, olive trees all along.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Day.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then we're told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab Army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. Determined soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hamadan, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Memim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18. At that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports.
With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance.
The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syrian, they danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Oh my God, the generosity of Hayil's people is unbelievable. How generous the people of Hayil are. Oh Lord, truly, one feels humble. A person might think they are kind and generous, but when they meet them, they realize they're only a fraction of their goodness and generosity. I swear, this is the truth. Our journey through Saudi Arabia continues, and this time it takes us to the northwest. Today's city has been historically home to the tribes of Udayd Tamad and Iram, followed by the Tay and Abbasids. Geographically, it contains the two largest mountains, Ajay and Salma, as well as the Great Nafud Desert. Regionally, it is the 7th largest region in Saudi Arabia. Its climate is mild in summer and cold in winter. Welcome to the Bride of the North and its gateway, Hayil. They say if you truly want to know a city, you must walk its streets, talk to its people, and eat their local food. Why today we started our journey at the markets. This market opens at 8:00 a.m. and closes near noon, then reopens in the afternoon. Here we have the famous Barzan market, offering women's clothing, gold, fabrics, and everything men and women need. On the left is the traditional market, filled with traditional sweets, aromatic herbs, many local products, and the famous spices of Hayil. Let's explore and pick up some souvenirs. Look at this. This traditional ghee is still sold in the same old leather container. What is this amazing smell? It's wonderful. Is this Hayili Klaija? What makes it special? The date filling is perfect. This is the dough. It's slightly soft. Nice. It's rich and delicious. It's very soft. More like bread than a cookie. I expected it to be a bit stiff. It's wonderful. The smell of happiness and the taste of joy. Thank you, Mother Bader. With just a short walk, you can move from the traditional market to the heart of Barzan Market, the most important commercial area in Hayil. Although the city has major shopping malls featuring international brands, this market holds great significance. It is distinguished by being suitable for women, men, and children. There is no bride in Hayil who doesn't get her wedding trousseau from this market, because it has dresses and the distinctive gold, which we will now discover. Imagine how one can wear the traditional rash gold adornment. I experienced that myself 17 years ago. But honestly, I don't even know what came over me. I sold it thinking I wanted new styles, especially since this is something you wear only once in a lifetime, at weddings and special occasions. Now after all these years, I admit I was foolish. A woman should never let go of her wedding jewelry or bridal set, unless absolutely necessary. What do you think? On the contrary, what you said is logical and absolutely right. Though it's both beauty and treasure. Gold is known to be both beauty and treasure. That's what we used to call rash gold adornment. We woke up, had coffee, and went to the traditional market. I became a true Shamari, Hayil lady just the way you like it, to help you understand the customs, traditions, and roots of the Hayil households, and how life used to be. I invite you to Hair al-Surur. Hair al-Surur is a private farm that has been transformed into a heritage site by Mr. Mutlaq that tells the stories of the traditional Hayil house. And in a way, leaves a very special place. More details will be shared by Father of Mushil.
Have a blessed visit.
Wow, I've been certified as one of them.
Have a blessed visit. Welcome and greetings.
This is a private farm that has been transformed into an authentic, carefully crafted.
Why? This heritage project was created by Mr. Mutlaq Abu Nasser. It aims to revive the heritage of our fathers and grandfathers while preserving their legacy. Therefore, we have recreated everything that once existed in a single village. It includes schools. This is the mother, the lady of the house. This is our mother's kitchen. It includes all traditional arts and daily life scenes. We are now in Al Buzai'i neighborhood.
What is it?
Al Buzai'i neighborhood includes several families living as cooperative neighbors, helping one another, and often going out together into the desert. In other words, this neighborhood contains those families.
It resembles what we now call a compound.
Yes, exactly. Here are the children, boys riding bicycles, and girls playing Al-Hada. Do you know it?
I think they throw a stone, and then you have to jump over it.
This is the one waiting for the questions. When this ends, this is a mother. She has just come from the market, bringing necessities and items. Perhaps she has a celebration tomorrow or other plans. She has brought a few things for her home. Beautiful. Of course, this is the neighborhood. This is one family's house. This is another family's house. And another one there. This is the neighborhood we call the neighborhood.
This is where the elderly man sits, or let's say the neighborhood supervisor, or at the time, the mayor. Don't you have a mayor? In the past, the elder used to take that role.
They sit here to bask in the sun during winter.
To get their vitamin D.
Yes, they get vitamin D for free.
How wonderful. Free of charge. Such an expensive embodiment. Why, dear people? Is the entrance free? It requires maintenance, restoration, and care.
I want to tell you something. Please. Don't let material concerns cross your mind. We pay the expenses out of our own pockets to bring happiness to people. Through this, we have built friendships and relationships with people inside the region, from outside the region, and even from beyond the kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
This is the bride's room. It's fully prepared and complete, with stories that must be told. Here the wedding or the marriage contract takes place on the same night as the wedding, not a week before. The groom arrives accompanied by his relatives, and the mosque's imam officiates and writes the marriage contract. They gather here, and sometimes embarrassing situations happen, and expensive requests are made, but the groom barely has the chance to speak or refuse anything. Another beautiful tradition found in Hayil weddings is that everyone borrows mirrors from neighbors or nearby markets just to decorate the room for the wedding night. This is considered one of the most important preparations, along with perfumes, accessories. The bride's trousseau stored in a box, and the groom's clothes. Our historical fort lies in the heart of the city of Hayil. It was built at the beginning of the 13th Hijri century for protection, fortification, and to monitor the trade route of merchants who visited Hayil long ago. It boasts a very distinctive view. You can see the city, the farms, and enjoy the most beautiful panoramas. From a fortification standpoint, it contains 30 watchtowers, and its elevation is around 650 meters. This cannon was not originally for defense. Until quite recently, about 18 years ago, it was still in use. It was fired to announce the beginning of Ramadan, the sighting of the moon, holidays, and official occasions. Hello! We have finished the protection part and moved on to the second part of the fort, which is considered one of its most important areas. Here the leaders and dignitaries used to fortify themselves in this part of the fort. As you can see, the wooden doors remain as they were. The tower behind me, or the minaret, consists of 3 floors and offers the highest vantage point for surveillance. You will find many details preserved just as they were in the past. Reflecting the strength and importance of the fortress, it's truly impressive. If you are lovers of scenic views, unfortunately, time won't allow me to go there. But if you look over there in the distance, you'll see a viewpoint called Al Samra. It has a cafe, a park, and playgrounds for children. I highly recommend visiting it if you come to Hayil. I'll continue the journey with you in my own way. Every detail is unforgettable. Is it possible, my friends, to fall in love with the city from the very first day of visiting it? That's exactly what I felt in Hayil. From the moment I entered the town, I was welcomed with generosity, hospitality, kind words, and warm expression like Yabad Hayy, a phrase that brings life back to the soul. Yabad Hayy is a famous expression, here, symbolizing affection. It was uttered by the daughter of Hatim Altai when she was told that her brother Adi had gone to Baghdad in Iraq. It's similar to how people in the Levant say Taborni, but this is how it's said in Saudi Arabia. I fell in love with Hayil, its cool breeze and the aroma of coffee. Our journey will continue tomorrow with Where To, and we'll discover more and more of Hayil.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.